wicked foulism thing joins the red host of cursed Sotek spawn.
I've come from the future to say something. SP0000000 key. Mordheim is around 25
Hello and welcome, one and all. Happy Halloween! Why can I hear myself? That's fine. Shush. Hopefully you're all doing well. Hello. Oh, goodness gracious. Hello, how are you all doing today? Which your music fits perfectly? It does, doesn't it? Hello and welcome. Hope you're all having an excellent day. Happy Halloween. Music is very loud compared to me. That's fine. Oh yeah, that is a bit louder than normal. Let me turn that down a bit. I don't know why I had that so loud. No costume? I'm not really a costume guy. Well, okay, two things. Number one, not really a costume guy, generally speaking. Number two, Sadie, my dog, Sadie, is terrified of costumes. I don't know why, but anytime I dress up, like, in a costume that is noticeable, right? Like if I were to have like put on a bunch of stuff, she gets really wigged out about it. Like she'll get like really upset. And we were celebrating her birthday today, so I'll admit I was a lot more concerned with getting all of her cakes and little treats and stuff today than anything else. I don't know, I've just never, like, the house I grew up in, we never did costumes. Well, that's not true. We did costumes when I was little, but not like when I was older. But hello, how's everybody doing today? Echo? There shouldn't be an echo. Is there an echo? Shouldn't be one. Anywho, hopefully you're all doing well. Morning, Sotek, how are you? I'm good actually. Got stuff done today. I had a really good evening last night. There's a friend I've been trying to get to hang out with for like a year, and she finally had time to like get together last night. So we went out to me and a group of folks went out to a really nice restaurant bar last night, which was way better than I thought it would be. Generally speaking, there was like a whole thing of like normally when I go to bars that are open that late, the food that they're gonna have there isn't that great. The food there was fucking delicious. It was so good. Yeah, very excited to jump into the new patch. We're gonna be playing a lot of Vampire Counts today and having fun being the dead boys. Especially because we're gonna be taking over the Empire, it sounds like, because the vote, like, good lord, a good number of people voted, but like it was a blowout. What, we had 5,000 votes and Vlad and Isabella curb stomped. Like, good god, Vlad and Isabella just utterly dominated the vote. Not even close. So, I guess we're going to be doing some Vlad and Isabella today. After finishing Zombie Slayer 2 days ago, I must start a Kindle campaign. Dude, Zombie Slayer is so good. Zombie Slayer is so good. Like, it's almost pure fan fiction level of good, but is also still like a really fun story. Welcome to the stream, Tech27, Holy Artist, All Is Dust, Canuckle 87, Shady Spinach, Hawk Oddly, Shorter 9000, Atarac 9663, Nitrate, Space Orc, if I read that right, Space something, Dorothy's Manservant, and T-Dubs. How you doing? Vlad and Izzy or Izzy and Vlad? I'm gonna do Vlad and Izzy. I prefer having Vlad as the legendary lord and Isabella as the hero, because that's how it worked in tabletop. So that's kind of like how my brain is wired to be like, this is the correct method. Also, thank you, Dorothy's Manservant, for the 19 months here on Twitch, which was almost yesterday. Thank you for resubbing in like the middle of the night. XX Rathalos, thank you very much for the 18 months. Super Ego 1989, thank you for the 35 months. I've come from the future to say something spooky. Mordheim is around 25 years old. I don't like to think about that. A lot of elements of Warhammer are well past quarter of a century old. That is no bueno. That is no bueno. Morton Crescent, thank you for the 40 months. Lord Gron, thank you for the 28 months. And Biofoot, thank you for the super chat. Got to spring Fishman on my TTRPG group last night. Well, I hope you made them accurately horrific. I know you play Age of Sigmar, but do you play the Old World at all? Yeah, I've played a number of games of the Old World. I haven't played in a hot minute. I haven't played since right before the Dwarf Arcane Journal came out. But I intend to get back into it soon. But, yeah, today should be fun. Should be a good time. We can kind of just chill and chat here for just a little bit. Just to get caught up on anything kind of interesting. Dorothy's Manservant, thank you very much. I don't know why Throt isn't yelling. Yeah, I don't know why the sound alerts aren't working. But, weird. Dorothy's Manservant, thank you for the bits. My man, Dorothy, you got some nice buffs in the new patch. Yeah, oh yeah, what'd y'all think about the patch? Here, let me turn that down just a bit. What'd y'all think of the patch notes? Oh, there it goes.
Dorothy's Manservant cheered. X100. My man Dorothy got some nice buffs in the new patch. Yotam9 cheered. X100. How familiar are you with the Elder Scrolls lore?
Moderately. I'm moderately familiar. I recognize most of the names. I know a lot of the big story beats. Just Too Din, where's your pimp costume? It's whatever I wear every day. It's whatever I wear every day. That's my pimp costume. Just my natural fit, as they say. Which clan of vampire would I join? None of them, ideally, but if I had to, probably Von Carstein or Lamian. Probably Von Carstein. It's an awesome patch for modders. Yeah, removing a lot of the limits was going to be great for modders, I think. Would you consider doing a dragon's lore beard? Yeah, that could be a fun one. Talking about dragons could be a good time. Patch note changes looked really good. Interesting was the splash damage changes. Makes me think they figured out some issue with the units applying damage. Well, something, so they've talked about this a way back. Which is that when dealing with splash damage, generally speaking, the larger amount of splash you have, the worse it is in game. Because what it results in doing is it spreads out the damage across so many entities And each entity, each model in a unit has like a certain health cap before it dies. So when you're constantly spreading out your damage, it results in you tending to do lots of damage to the unit but not killing anybody, which in Total War is a bad thing because it means the unit that you're damaging isn't losing any models, which means their damage potential is not being lowered. So they are continuing to deal their pretty much maximum damage back to you. How can we help eliminate the stigma against adults trick-or-treating? You can't, because nobody wants adults coming up to their door. Just one of those truths of life. What's on tap for lore beers this weekend? This weekend on Andy's channel is going to be The Life of Sigmar, Part 1. I can't find the post on the update with balance changes. Where did they hide it? If you're looking for the multiplayer balance changes, well, not multiplayer, but like battle changes, if you look at the thing that they posted, there's a link near the top and the bottom that if you click on it, it takes you to the other post. Alexander, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Hi, Sotek. Hope you have a great day. I am having a great day. Sorry that Sarthoro did not get better stats in campaign. Usually that stuff carries over to campaign for multiplayer. Usually it does. Usually it does. No, it should be on yours. It was on Andy's last week. No, it wasn't. Last week was the Total War wish list, which was on my channel. Pretty sure. Hold on. Now I'm second guessing myself. What candy are you giving this year? We have one of those like, big like variety packs downstairs that has like Tricks, Snickers, a bunch of others. No, no, it was on my channel last week. Yeah, I just looked. When's the next Versus episode happening? I don't know, because the thing about the Versus series is it was fun, but I didn't really like the way it was playing out, because the thing for me and Andy is I really want everything me and Andy do to be something that educates the viewers on an aspect of like Warhammer or lore and stuff like that. And the Versus shows just weren't that. Like, as much as we tried messing around with it, because me and Andy were doing it kind of like we were representing a team, it ended up being kind of a disjointed, in my opinion, it ended up being kind of a disjointed mess that resulted in, I just didn't like it. I just didn't like it. Like, I feel like we'd have to do, I don't know how to make the format better, but it's something I'd like to take another whack at, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Did they rework vampires? No, vampires haven't really been touched. When will the tier list for Council 13 happen? When Andy's feeling well enough to do a Wednesday stream, so maybe this upcoming week. Could a fantasy wizard beat a 40k psyker? I think so, but I'm also not a great authority on what psykers are capable of. You would have to sit down and finagle out exactly how psykers interact with magic, because you'd have to figure out how that overlaps. Vampires get halberds. YouTubers make 10 videos. Welcome to the business. Everybody's trying to eat. Drew Safer. Are there any stories of vampire children in the setting? Yes. But not they don't age. Once you're turned into a vampire, you are stuck. Like, you can use illusions and certain forms of magic to make yourself appear older or younger, but the moment you become a vampire, you are a corpse. You are a corpse that is held in suspension by dar, or dark magic, that kind of flows through your body. So if a child was turned into a vampire, they are permanently a child. There's actually, if you go read the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd edition book called Night's Dark Masters, which is all about vampires, the undead. It's an undead supplement. The Necrarch, they give like an example of each vampire. They give you like a fully fleshed out character that you can use for campaigns and stuff. And the Necrarch character is a little girl. So she was a child that got turned into a vampire. And she is really fucking scary. Like, she is horrifically nasty. Because she kind of still has she's trapped in like the mindset and the attitude of a child, but is nightmarishly powerful and is able to use really, really incredible magic. And the way that she kind of uses her magic is that she makes dolls, and her dolls or her toys are basically that she's a Necrarch that specializes in flesh crafting. So taking different parts of different bodies and stitching them together, and then reanimating it with like incredible finesse. And it talks about that one of her more recent and beloved toys, that if you are playing with her as a character in your adventure, that she has a spider ogre, which is, she killed an ogre and basically ripped off his body below the gut. So like tore off his legs and his hips, and then stitched his upper body onto the body of a gigantic spider that she had like torn the head off of. And she created a hybridized centaur-like creature that has the lower body of a gigantic spider and the upper body of an ogre. With the best traits of both. And it's a horrifying monster. So her whole thing is that she lives in like a castle, or she lives in, I forget where she lives, but she lives in some isolated place. And her home is full of these stitched together nightmares that she sustains with her sorcery. And she is really, really strong and really fucking scary. But she also has like the kind of almost innocence and mindset of a child. So she's very like messed up emotionally. She's got problems. Where does fantasy magic come from? In 40k, I know it's warp based. If you fuck up, it's really bad. It's essentially the same. So Warhammer magic comes from the winds of magic, which, well, okay, it's a little complicated, because the winds of magic, which is how most sorcery is utilized, comes from the ether, which is also known as the warp. However, not all magic does. There are forms of magic that come from other places. So like, for instance, the geomantic web that the Slann created under the direction of the Old Ones uses, or it absorbs magic that the Earth, the planet, naturally generates on its own. So the Warhammer world, through some method, I would guess it's probably energy being given off by like the molten core of the planet and the like tectonic plates, you know, pushing against each other. But there is some form of energy that's being created in the planet that gets siphoned and contained within the geomantic web that the Slann can tap into to unleash really, really powerful spells. But then you also have things like greenskin magic, which the magic used by greenskins also does not require the winds of magic. Instead, it is very explicitly a psychic power. In that it the Wa magic is a form of energy that is built up when there are lots of greenskins and they get all amped up. They generate a form of energy that their shamans can use to unleash spells. So the answer is it's messy, but most wizards just use the winds of magic, which comes from the warp. Anyway, the Drip Critic, thank you so much for the super chat. Hello, Sotek. I have to say I love watching Lorebeard's Malagor stream. Very interesting stream. Can't wait for Gothor. Yeah. I love talking about Beastmen. Beastmen are always super duper interesting to talk about, in my opinion, and have a lot of really good stuff. But Malagor was a really fun one, and I also look forward to talking about Gothor. Do you think frostworms are good or trash? I think frostworms are good in the right circumstances, but they also got a pretty notable buff in this patch because they do collision damage now. So considering how much they move around, that's going to be a pretty significant buff for them. Yeti, thanks so much for gifting a membership. I really appreciate that. Always love to see green names. Green names are best names in YouTube chat. Whenever I see a green name, I immediately know that's like the coolest person in the club. Just like on site. Customer 303, thank you for the 2 years on Twitch. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Could Vlad impregnate Isabella? No. Vampires are corpses. They are not capable of producing children. That being said, theoretically, could a vampire use some sort of absolutely massive ritual to try and force a process of creating a child, conceiving a child? Theoretically, that would be possible, but it has never happened, to my knowledge. I would say that in the vast majority of circumstances, it is impossible for a vampire to conceive a child. Because they're dead. They're corpses. And a dead body does not produce the things required in order to have kids. Do Vlad and Isabella have kids? No, because when Vlad met Isabella, he was already undead. So he was not capable of producing children by that point. Castrade, thank you so much for gifting us up. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. What do you think of Gazak Khan being a legendary lord for the Greenskins? The Hobgoblin? No. No. I want the Hobgoblin Khanate to be a new faction. Like a brand new faction. I want the Hobgoblin Khanate to be its own thing. Greenskins fucking hate Hobgoblins. Hobgoblins are not welcome in around Greenskins. They will kill on sight any Hobgoblins they see. That relationship is not good. Wish you had money for me, brother. Nicholas, hey, don't worry about it, dude. Like, y'all just showing up and hanging out for streams when you can means the world to me. It really and truly does. Having y'all here to just hang out and chill and have a good time is more than I could ever ask for. I really appreciate it. Like, obviously, I really appreciate those that are able and willing to support the stream, but like just showing up and watching is amazing, and I really, really appreciate it. What if someone was turned into a vampire mid-pregnancy? That would be really bad.
Hail, Loremaster.
That would be really bad. There would be... Ugh, I don't even know exactly what would happen. I think in the vast majority of circumstances, the fetus would die. Because the body dies while being given the blood kiss. You die, and then you're brought back. But... I mean, theoretically, the fetus could also be brought back, but it would be permanently stuck as one. Like, it wouldn't grow. It would just be stuck as whatever it was, which would be really nightmarish. Like, that would be bad. That would be really, really bad. There's no way that ends well. Is there a Warhammer equivalent of a Dampire? I don't know what a Dampire is. Why do they hate Hobgoblins so much? Greenskins hate Hobgoblins because Hobgoblins are such, even by Greenskin standards, Hobgoblins are such grotesque backstabbers of the worst sort that they have gone completely out of their way to betray, their fellow greenskins to the point that as a species, the greenskins have turned to the hobgoblins and said, fuck you, enough is enough, get out. Get out, don't come back. The situation got particularly bad when during the Chaos Dwarf Rebellion, because during the Chaos Dwarf Rebellion, the greenskins rebelled and broke free of their shackles and laid siege to Zarnagrand, and even started, and they were winning. Like, the Chaos Dwarfs were losing and were going to be wiped out as a species. But the hobgoblins, seeing a potential opportunity, decided to backstab the greenskins and instead help the hobgoblins. I said that backwards. The hobgoblins decided to backstab the greenskins and help the Chaos Dwarfs against the other greenskins. And that betrayal was like so deep that from that moment onwards, the greenskins have a very religiously followed kill on sight policy with hobgoblins. Dampiers are basically the terms used for half vampires. Oh yeah, in fantasy there is no such thing as a half vampire that I've ever heard of. Doesn't mean they couldn't exist, but I've never seen one. Could there be beastmen vampires? Theoretically, yes. I've never seen one, but theoretically there could be. So, I mean, it honestly, it probably would be relatively easy to make a beastman vampire. Ogre vampires, I believe they're possible, but so there's a mention in an older army book about there being a halfling vampire. So a halfling vampire happened and was a canonical event. If a halfling can turn into a vampire, an ogre could definitely turn into a vampire, which would be the worst fucking case scenario feasibly possible. Like that would be so bad that it would be like an end times borderline scenario, in my opinion. Radiant's Red, thank you so much for the 4 months. I really appreciate it. Are 40k orcs the same in fantasy as in their fungi? Yes. Yes, they're all fungi. How do you enslave someone who's from a fungus? The fungi spores could just go through windows and reproduce, and then the outside greenskins can free the enslaved ones. So, Mr. Lotenka, the Chaos Dwarves had a very deep and fundamental understanding of greenskins, to the point that the Chaos Dwarves were able to use their sorcery and science to genetically engineer and alter greenskins to create a new type of greenskin, which is the Black Orc. So, the Chaos Dwarves understand the genetic makeup of greenskins and their reproduction cycle better than anybody else. There ain't nobody that has any of that. Has like more knowledge than the Chaos Dwarfs do on that. So, that being said, greenskin, while they are fungi, they can't grow anywhere. Their spores require certain kinds of environments to grow properly, though it's a little wibbly wobbly about what the exact specifications are on that.
Political landscape, do you think that Grease's Goldtooth could get elected president of the United States if he tried? Yeah,
Grease's Goldtooth would obviously be elected president because he would simply eat the other candidates, because he is the largest. So why would he tolerate them when he could simply eat them? He would be the only candidate left standing, therefore elected. Let's see. Would a vampire ever dedicate themselves to chaos? I mean, theoretically. So this is one of those things that happened in the end times that caught a lot of flack from myself and a lot of other people that are familiar with the lore, because chaos hates the undead, like universally. Chaos, for their own reasons, each of the dark gods absolutely despises the undead, particularly vampires, and would not have any interest in them and would want them only to be destroyed. And vampires have nothing to gain from chaos. Vampires are cut off from the ether. Their souls are bound to their mortal corpus, their bodies. So vampires don't go anywhere when they die. They don't go into the ether. They don't go into the afterlife. Everything that they are is bound into their body. And so there is nothing chaos can offer them, because chaos cannot interact with them on that level. The end times just kind of decided to ignore that, and just kind of hand-waved that some of the vampires would just join up with Team Chaos for reasons. And it got really messy really fast. And was just kind of dumb. Like, it makes sense that there are vampires who would want to take advantage of chaos and would make an alliance with certain chaos forces to manipulate them to further their own ends. But the idea of a vampire worshipping a dark god, unless it was someone who was already a worshiper of a dark god that then got turned to vampirism, and was just like maintaining what they were like before they got turned, I could see that happening. But the idea of a vampire like turning to one of the dark gods and being like, oh, I'm gonna worship corn now, is really bizarre. Because there's just nothing they could gain from it. Not really. Before the end times, was there any faction that could successfully invade and conquer Ulthuan? Sure. I mean, Dark Elves have had a number of very near successes. The Greenskins under Grom the Paunch nearly obliterated Ulthuan. That's not exactly conquer, but they no problem, Josh, have a good one. You know, that's, I don't know if you count that as conquering, but they almost destroyed it once. Honestly, once you're on Ulthuan, if you could get there with a reasonably sized army, you actually have a pretty good chance of messing up the High Elves. A lot of the difficulty comes from just getting to Ulthuan. Could vampires be considered demon princes of the undead? It's a very not well-fitting metaphor, but if you were hell-bent on using it, I guess you could call them that. Isn't Krell an undead corn worshiper? Yeah, but Krell was someone that already worshipped corn and then got resurrected, and he's just kind of maintaining what he did in life. And how much of a worshiper of corn Krell still is very debatable, because Krell is far more loyal to Nagash than he is to corn. Why can't Skaven go to the donut? They can, but they have to go by boat, because Ulthuan is a floating island. It floats on the ocean. It doesn't connect to the crust of the earth, so the Skaven can't dig to it. They have to sail to it, which they've tried many times, and they've had 2 invasion fleets successfully land on Ulthuan, and both invasion fleets got absolutely obliterated. Let's see. How often could a vampire be remade if he or she dies? If someone has something that belonged to the vampire or their body, they could revive them an infinite number of times. So long as they have access to their corpus. It is 100% genuinely impossible to perma-kill a vampire if there's anything of them left over that someone with the know-how gets access to. That's what makes vampires really fucking scary. Alright, let me answer these last couple things, then let's get into the game. Sithric, I just finished the book Kinslayer, now on Slayer, and I had a question. It seems like Gotrek and Felix are really at odds with each other, and I'm wondering why. I feel like Gotrek is terrified for Felix, also Kinslayer broke my heart. Yeah, Kinslayer's really fucking sad. I don't want to get, like, super spoilery with it, but what I'll say, Sithric, is the TLDR is that Gotrek is upset that Felix abandoned him. Even though Gotrek did give his blessing for Felix to go off and live a normal life. You know, to get married and have children and everything. And to leave Gotrek behind. But by doing that, Felix technically violated his oath to Gotrek. Of, like, being with him until the day he died. So that caused a bit of a schism between the two of them. Because Felix feels guilty about it, and Gotrek is deep down hurt by that, even though they both thought it was the right thing to do. It still hurt them. And now that they're back together, you have the whole thing of that Gotrek knows that Felix has a family, and he should be with his family and protecting his wife and daughter and not off doing Gotrek adventure stuff. And Felix also deep down knows that, but Felix also very deeply believes that Gotrek is needed. And so it's a complicated situation. How strong are the Charnel Guard in the lore? So the Charnel Guard are elite ghouls. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about. And the Charnel Guard, they are ghouls of a higher caliber than your regular ghouls that will show up in the armies of Strigoi. And they're super cool, and I want to get them into Total War. As far as how strong are they? I mean, they're notably more powerful and older ghouls than your typical ones. So they're you know, much better at fighting. They're nastier. Some of them actually have like scavenged bits of armor and bone to make themselves more survivable. So they're nasty, but they're still, you know, like a relatively basic unit. They're not like crazy powerful. Hugh, good to see you, man. Happy Halloween. Yeah. All right. Oh, I missed this one earlier. All this does. How likely is it the Hobgoblins are just normal goblins that join the Chorfs, that other goblins convince the orcs that they are another species? It would explain why there aren't really hobgoblins in other parts of the world. I would say that's not at all likely, because hobgoblins have very different physiology. They are a very distinct subspecies of green skin. where they are significantly taller and lankier than regular goblins, and they also have a bone, their back shoulder blades and around their spine and the back of their rib cage fused together. So they have just a back plate of bone, because hobgoblin culture involves so much literal backstabbing that they have evolved a natural defense mechanism against being stabbed in the back, which is that they've got this big bone plate on their in their backs, which is really fucking funny if you think about it. Hobgoblins also have like a giant ancestral land that they've been terrorizing since who knows how long, which is up in the eastern steppes, because that's where the Hobgoblin Khanate is, which are giant nomadic cities practically, with like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hobgoblins riding giant wolves, and they've got like large structures on wooden platforms that are pulled by large groups of wolves harnessed to these platforms that have bolt throwers constantly looking for enemies, which allows them to stay ahead of any potential enemies, because they're constantly roaming. So they don't have stationary cities that like the hordes of chaos can attack. Instead, their entire nations are constantly on the move, which makes them really, really, really difficult to deal with, because they're very fast and they can they can move out of the way of certain threats, but they can also attack people from very unexpected directions with a considerable amount of firepower and numbers, which is really fun. All right, my good friends, the time has come for us to embrace our darker sides. Are y'all ready
All shall know me and
to get into it? So, we did hold a vote over, I'm also going to turn up the volume a little bit, actually. We did hold a vote over, on the YouTube channel about what legendary lore we were going to play. And, to be very frank, it was a complete blowout. Vlad Von Carstein won by a just absolutely absurd amount. Hey, look at that! Vlad's got the new Graveguard with halberds in his starting army. Well, ain't that cute? So, we're going to be playing with good old Vladdy Daddy here. And we're going to be doing very hard. You know, we'll do very hard. That's fine. Should be a good time.
come. The Von Carstein.
I am looking forward to it. Hey, Professor Pone, how you doing? Mike is muffled. Is it, though? It could have been because I was, like, maybe looking away for a second. So many Manfred haters? Yeah, there's a lot of them. It's true. Also, welcome to the stream. Living Legend, Mops, Castrated, Some Mage, Bishop of Cheddar. Good to see you all. How are you doing? Who's Mike and why you got him muffled? He knows what he did. How you doing, Emma? I love Vlad, but it feels like Kimmler would have been a better Halloween stream. Well, unfortunately, the people have spoken. for better or worse. To be fair, I play Kimmler a lot. I play Kimmler so much. Warhammer 591 says the web is tech. Could someone other than Aslan figure out how to use it, or maybe even cast with it? Oh, the geomantic web? Yeah, absolutely. It would be insanely hard, but if you had enough time and research and yada 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 yada, yeah, theoretically anyone could tap into it. Very theoretically, but theoretically. All right, let's begin. Oh, goodness.
joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Zarask! Thank you so much for the 5 months. I really appreciate it. Slon would squish people trying to use the geometric web. I mean, it's more likely that they would, like, their heads would explode, or they would get, like, absolutely burned out by the amount of magic they're trying to wield. Especially because it's a very difficult to control, like, vaguely pure form of magic. It's more like, it's quietish, so it's high magic, essentially. Which puts it far beyond the ability of most wizards to have a hope of wielding. Alright, make sure y'all let me know if the volume is okay, by the way. But without further ado, let's get into it. Alright, so for Vlad, I'm trying to remember, it's been a hot minute since I've played Vlad. So we get campaign movement and strider and speed, we get experience, we get improved aura of grandeur and cooldown on beguilement, diplomatic relations with the Empire and buff to Sylvanian units, Storm of Night, monster strength. Okay, so he doesn't have any like specific buffs to units. And our dear sexy wife is more about just buffing vampires. Oh, but she does have her unique tree, which buffs all the beastly creatures. Okay, yeah, a lot of critters. So, all right, we'll keep that in mind. CA still hates me and has not made camera settings saved between campaigns because they like torturing me, apparently. But that's alright, we can just do it real quick ourselves. Ladies.
By all means.
Do you think the Drakenhof Templars could be added to the game? Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if they would be anything especially different, or if they would just be, like a regiment of renown. But I would definitely like to see them in the game.
Unstoppable.
Alright, so we're going to get some gold going. We're going to get our big place upgraded. And I'm going to go murder some people. Ricky, thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Sotek, do you think Galroch ever experimented with the Blood Kiss, the horrors he could have made vampire chaos dragons or vampire infused troll? I don't think that's super likely. As Galroch is pretty well known for sticking mainly to the far north and not really coming down that much. So the odds of him running into vampires is not super high. It was probably a very rare instance that he encountered a vampire. And even then, it was probably usually either a Necrarch that was hunting him for some like experimental reasons, or was a blood dragon vampire that was seeking to fight and kill him. Is it possible he may have captured a vampire and messed around with it? It's possible. But I don't think that's something that would have been particularly likely in his wheelhouse outside of just destroying it. All right. So with the new patch, we do have a couple of exciting things, like the notable upgrades to the Black Coach, where it deals flaming attacks base now. It's got Strider, and it also builds up its various buffs, which Black Sights now buffs armor-piercing damage and base damage. Unholy Vigor still gives you Vigor regeneration, and then Black Nimbus gives you your big Ward Save buff. And now these things charge up from nearby enemies dying instead of just from who the Black Coach kills, which is pretty nice. And then, of course, we have our new Grave Guard with halberds who look really, really good. I love the Bardix design. I've been really enjoying the free unit variants. It's been a very, very nice change from CA that I don't think was necessary, but I'm really freaking enjoying it. It makes me very happy to just be getting like additional new goodies from time to time. It's nice. It's very, 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 very nice.
Kneel before your
No, you don't. Protect my wife.
Agreed.
For blood king.
Vampire. Blood magic.
Yes.
His lady.
I don't think. Yeah, okay, she can target herself. Great.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Hey, you get out of there.
Von Carstein.
Let's get the husband and wife wombo combo going.
Hungry for blood. Vlad Von
I do hope one day we can get some more. One of the things that would be nice from CA that I don't need, like I don't need it, so I'm not like in a hurry to get it, but something that would be very nice would be a change that adds more varied combat animations for characters wielding like swords and shields and like single-handed weapons. You know, add a little more spice in how people wield their weapons. Is a black coach just a coach? No. A black coach is a what's the best way to describe it? A black coach is a very carefully crafted construction of necromantic magic. And what it is you basically summon forth, you take a bunch of materials that have been heavily drenched in dark magic, and you build together this construct that is pulled by these undead steeds and is carted around by a Cairn Wraith. So a spiritual driver, who's a horrifying spirit. And what a black coach does is that it is a locus of dark and death magic. It literally draws in death and dark magic from around it and sucks it in like a vortex. And what it's doing is that it's gathering in all of this magical energy, because inside of the black coach there is an occupant, which is a coffin. And within the coffin is a dead vampire, generally. So it's usually a dead vampire who has been destroyed in some really notable way. And what artifacts remain of this powerful undead entity are placed inside the coffin. And as the black coach rides around murdering people and absorbing all of the goody gribblies that it gets from, you know, running people down and being reaped by the driver and crushed under the hooves of the steeds, all of that good eats is absorbed into the coffin, and over a period of time rebuilds the body of the vampire. So normally there's not necessarily a corpse inside of it. Normally it's like little whatever scraps are left of a vampire that's been pretty utterly obliterated. And what the black coach does is it's kind of like you can kind of think of it as like a healing coma vessel. But unlike if you're watching like a good anime, when you're, you know, your favorite protagonist or whatever goes into a healing coma, like Alucard in Castlevania, but instead of it being like a sci-fi thing where you sit in a casket and you got like tubes and stuff and fluids and things bringing you back to life, instead it's put on wheels and it gets the energy to resurrect the vampire by murdering people. Fun. So that's what a black coach is. Okay, I shall take Restless Dead. Why don't you take the Hunger? You're gonna pick up Replenish Troops. And we're on to Essen. So what is this? -4 leadership to enemies nearby. Cool, slap that on Vlad. Henrietta, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Nice to see you, friend. Who would win? 10 orc 40k boys or 300 zombies? 300 versus... Okay, so the follow-up question, Henrietta, would be, what do they have? Choppas and sluggas. Okay, so sluggas are... If... I don't know how reliable of a weapon sluggas are. If they've got, like, pretty reasonable ammunition and can be used at a good distance, then probably take on 300 zombies. Depending on how stupid the orcs are, obviously. Like, if the orcs are, like, full morons and just, like, throw themselves into battle with nary a care in the world, then there's a very good chance. Then more than likely they're gonna die because they'll probably get overwhelmed. However, if instead, you know, they kind of like take up a position, they shoot a bunch as the zombies are approaching them, then I think the orcs would win that rather reliably. I actually really like the artwork for the new Graveguard with Halberds. That's pretty sexy art. Like it fits well with the art we had already for the Graveguard, which is nice. Because typically when we get new art, sometimes it's a bit of a crapshoot on whether or not it's gonna like actually match with the style of the older stuff we already had. So I think they did a really good job with that. And that is worthy of commendation. So good job on that, CA.
Give us blood. Attack!
I am darkness.
Yeah, see, if you look at the back of the black coach, you can see the casket, and if you watch, you can even see it like jump around a bit. So you can kind of see there's like gribbly stuff inside of it. I think it's empty if you get like in it, which is kind of funny. There's like some blood and guts in there and stuff. Yeah, that's fun.
The living will join us.
Master of the Undead.
Speaking of new art, the new Orc and Goblin unit cards, I really dislike them. What about you? I mean, I think they're fine, but they're nice looking. I like them, but I agree that they don't match the style of what we had before, which I don't think is the end of the world. If it bothers you, I would recommend like posting about it on the subreddit or the forums or whatever, and maybe maybe they'll consider taking another look at it. But no. Do I think a gnome wizard is possible in Total War Warhammer? Yeah, I think it's possible. I could see it being like a good ancillary, or if they like decide to go real crazy with a mercenary system, I could see it being like a really fun mercenary that you could get. Oh my god, I forgot how fucking busted Children of the Night is. Good lord, look at that. Experience game for heroes and upkeep production? That is just obscene.
Lord of the Dead.
Vlad, you cheesy. You cheesy, man. Let's see. I am not going to be staying in this area for long, so why don't we go ahead and bump to Foster Terror.
World will drown in blood.
I will take some dire wolves
Vlad Von
and some skellies. And I think that's good. One new gameplay mechanics that I like seeing in Vampire DLC. So I have a big video. Granted, I need to do an update to it because there are some things that I've had some further thoughts. But I have a video called the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC Proposal. which is actually a playlist on my YouTube channel because it's 5 different videos. But the big things for me are I'm not gonna focus right away on DLC, and instead gonna focus on what I would like to change about the vampires as they currently exist. The first thing that I would really like to change about vampires is that I would make blood kisses a more interesting mechanic. So currently, the blood kiss can only be used to awaken specialist lords, which is fine. That's great. I'm cool with that. The big thing that I would change is that blood kisses should also be able to be used in diplomacy. And in my opinion, blood kisses should be able to be used to force vassalize human factions. So like Bretonia, the Empire, Cathay, Kislev, Southern Realms. And like Norska, I would say. Any of those factions, you should be able to pay an extremely high amount of blood kisses to basically do a system where, like, depending on like how you'd have to figure out how to do it exactly, make sure that it costs a lot of blood kisses, but you should be able to spend blood kisses to gradually influence them and eventually force vassalize them. And maybe it could be something like, whenever you defeat an enemy lord that's human, maybe you could be given a dilemma about whether to kill them or to turn them. And if you turn them, because the way that vampires like to work is they have something called swains or thralls. And what vampiric thralls or swains, they are humans that have been bitten by a vampire and feed off them, because having a vampire feed off of you is often described as an orgasmic experience, and it can cause the human to fall under the influence of a vampire, where they become incredibly dedicated to that vampire, and they're basically addicted to them. And it allows, the Lamians use this a lot, but it's not just a trick used by Lamians. So vampires are able to feed on people, and rather than draining them completely and killing them or giving them the blood kiss, they just feed on them and they build a relationship with these people who become agents of the vampires. So it would be fun, in my opinion, to have a system where you could use you could use blood kisses to infect lords for an enemy human faction, and maybe like as you infect them, it gives you bonuses to diplomacy and stuff, and if you do it enough, you could build up to force vassalizing them, because I feel like the vampire counts in particular should very much have a focus on dominating humans and vassalizing them, as opposed to like the vampire coast, who are more about sacking and raiding and pillaging and looting, and of course the Tomb Kings, who don't do those kind of shenanigans. I would also very much like to see, for blood kisses, I also think they should add a system where, as you dedicate blood kisses to the various bloodlines, so like, oh, you're gonna give blood kisses to the Von Carstein bloodline, that should give you a diplomacy buff with Von Carstein factions. So that should give you bonuses to diplomacy with Manfred, Vlad, Isabella, or any factions that are associated with the Von Carsteins. If you give blood kisses to the Blood Dragons, same thing. Factions that are associated with the Blood Dragons, you get bonuses to diplomacy with them. The Lamians, same thing. Strigoi, same thing. And then maybe having a system where I'm not exactly sure how it would work when it comes to necromancers. Maybe it could be a thing where, like, maybe when you do necrarchs, it does necromancers as well as necrarch vampires. But yeah. Does this patch make ogres worth replaying right now? No. I would say wait for the DLC. Because it's not that far away. Assuming that CA is still on target for releasing this year, which I believe they are, then I would say they are not worth playing yet, because they're gonna be so much better once we get the DLC. And really, the only thing they really got, honestly, was the bounty system is a little bit better, but I still want some pretty substantial changes to the bounty system, because it's better, undeniably. It's better than it used to be, but I still really don't like the fact that the player cannot, like, dismiss bounties they don't want. That's a feature that I think they 100% need to add in, is dismissing bounties they don't want. And I also think that you should get a guaranteed ancillary whenever you complete a bounty. Because right now you don't, like, you get okay stuff, but you don't get anything that I would describe as, like, definitely 100% undeniably worth it. Because, like, sometimes in the new system, like, it's like, oh, here's a little bit of gold, and also here's, like, well, it's like gold, I'm having a brain fart. Gold diplomacy buff with the faction you're working with, and then like a faction-esque buff, which is usually something like camp growth or meat, which is like, okay, it's not great. So I personally would really like to see that you should get a guaranteed ancillary. So it's like, oh, you get like a little agent guy for your characters, or you get a magic item, and you should get one of those guaranteed every single time. Because I will say, like, when I'm looking at the ogre stuff or bounties, if I see that I'm gonna get an item or an ancillary out of it, like a banner or a little guy or something, I'm gonna go, oh, okay, that's like actually worth it. Because the gold rewards are just, they're unfortunately just never really worth it on their own. Like, it's a matter of convenience. Like, if I'm right next to that bounty, and there's like a notable gold reward, then okay, I guess I could grab it. Whereas, you know, if it's like, oh no, I get a guaranteed item or like a banner or something, okay, that gives me something that's a little more material and long lasting than like 2,500 gold. That being said, the other big thing for me is they gotta add a dismissal button, because like you still have, like, I was messing around with it earlier this morning, and I was still having the problem of sometimes I would get a bounty that was like, hey, you know how you're buddies with Queek Headtaker? Well, go attack Queek Headtaker, and I'll give you money. And it's like, okay, I'm not gonna attack my, like, only ally for 2,500 gold. But because of the nature of the bounty system, it would say, oh, okay, you're not gonna attack Queek? Well, then this is gonna sit in your bounty thing and not go away for 25 turns. So it's like, okay, most of my campaigns only take like 100 turns, if that. So I'm gonna spend a quarter of my campaign with a bounty I cannot get rid of that I'm never gonna use. And that feels really shitty, and I hate it. So I would very much like for CA to give you the ability to be like, oh, you know what? I don't want this bounty. I'm going to dismiss it. And I'll hope for a better one next turn. But yeah, but when it comes to, anyway, when it comes to vampires, I'm praying. Y'all don't know how hard I'm coping and praying that we get Champions of Chaos style DLC for vampires, because it would fit so well. It would fit so well to just be like, oh look, I'm gonna get like instead of a Korn Zinch Nurgle Slanesh Lord, I get a Necrarch Strigoi Blood Dragon Lamian Lord. And just like a bunch of, like a good, nice mix of new vampire units. Some of them could be fairly easy, kind of like asset flip type things. And then, you know, a good number of them could be like big, cool, sexy new units. But like, god, it'd be so good, dude. It'd be so good. Just take all my money. Take all my money. Where can we text CA about your idea for the DLC? The forums? You can do it on the CA forums, the CA Discord, or the Total War Warhammer subreddit. Or the Total War subreddit. You can literally just go on there and be like, hey, I saw Loremaster of Sotek talk about XYZ, or he made this video, and I'm going to post the link, and I also want to discuss why I think XYZ would be a good idea. Like, don't just go in there and post the link and leave. Because then it just makes it, then it just looks like, it makes you look like you're pretending, like I'm pretending to be someone else and just going there and like posting my content and leaving and being like, please give me engagement, please, I need money. Which I would prefer not to be what people think I'm up to. Be like, hey, I saw this video and I thought this part, this part, this part were really cool. And you can message them on Twitter if you like using Twitter. According to Josh CA, who is a super cool person, by the way, the forums are the best place. So, use the forums. That's coming from good authority. I'm more interested in a Bloodline DLC than I am in a Chaos one. Well, to be fair, we already had the Chaos one. Have you played Rimhammer End Times, the Rimworld mod? No, I've never played Rimworld in my life. Can I win this? No, I have less units than he does. All my units are beat up, and he has a Necromancer, so no. So chat, while we're hanging out here and chatting, what I would like to know, what is y'all's, like, if you had to have a diehard list of, if you had a diehard list of, like, if I could have anything added to the game, within reason, if you could add anything to the game or change something about the game, what is like your top shit right now? Wow, that's funny. Also, I do want to say a big thank you to everyone that's been loving the thumbnails. Skeleton, who's my editor, is very, very appreciative of the fact that everybody loves his thumbnails so much. He's been cooking with those pretty hard. He's a busy guy. He's actually working on I finished recording the end time, like, units and characters we can get from End Times Kane. That video is, I have finished recording, so he's working on it as we speak. But yeah, he appreciates your kind words. Sieges, yeah, Sieges is a big one. Sieges is definitely a big one. Is Fishman reasonable? No. Nagash, okay, Nagash DLC. Hobgoblin Khanate, I would probably consider that a little bit outside of unreasonable. Like Dogs of War Southern Realms, I think is a reasonable one. So like a new race DLC would be how I would like describe that. I don't think we need 2 of those. Let's just go and smash everything down. Yeah, siege rework. Yeah, sieges are so tricky. Sieges are so tricky. Because CA kind of got, they very much accidentally shot themselves in the foot of Warhammer 1 just had such a limited scope, because I just don't think CA was sure at all if the community was going to enjoy Total War Warhammer and it would turn into the thing that it's become. So the sieges were just very, very humble. And it's that has been haunting us like a banshee on steroids ever since. Which is truly unfortunate. Because I think a lot of people, like, I think the things that I tend to hear the most are like people wanting the butt ladders removed, you know, where units have to like have other ways to climb the walls, either like, because like a part of me, it's interesting, a part of me would love to see like if like a complex siege system, but I just don't think it's doable on top of the skeleton that's already, that we kind of, the cards we've been dealt, right? You know, we kind of have to work with the system we have available and trying to like take that and improve it, as opposed to having something come out of the gate from the base, which is unfortunate. Granted, in my opinion, I'm very much of the idea that, like, if you just got rid of ladders, like made it where units cannot climb walls, they just can't. You cannot climb walls. You have to have a siege tower to get on a wall. I think that would solve a lot of the problems, and then make battering rams actually useful by making it where like battering rams give missile resistance to the units that are pushing them, so they're a bit more survivable, and make it where gates can only be attacked by like battering rams or things that have the siege attacker trait. That would, in my opinion, and granted, you don't have to agree with it, you may think that's stupid, but I think that would add so much more complexity to sieges, and make them like more interesting and difficult. But some people may not like that. You know, in a perfect world, there would be significantly more diversity. Like, imagine if ethereal units could just go through walls and doors, or at least doors, right? Where like ethereal units could phase through them, unless you as the defender had like bought an upgrade on the campaign map that gave you blessed walls. And blessed walls, or like runic walls or whatever, have an upgrade where ethereal units can't go through them. So you have like an interesting way to have counterplay there. And like for your gate sieges, like, oh, you could upgrade your gates to have boiling oil or boiling acid or whatever. So if units come over and they're attacking the doors, you dump the oil and it hits units like right under the door. And like having like occasional thematic upgrades for the various units. But I just don't think that's possible, unfortunately, with where we currently are. But I do think there are things that are doable. Like, Josh, good to see you, dude. Thanks so much for coming by. I think big things that we could see would be things like get rid of the butt ladders, make doors not able to be kicked open by like regular cavalry or like war dog units. Make it where if you have like an allied contingent in the unit from like another race or another faction building in your city, they're just like they're casually put under your control. Maybe giving the ability to have customizable garrisons could be very, very doable. Kind of like how ogre camps are able to build their garrisons. Make it where like you could get a particular upgrade that allows you to build your own garrison. Like you have a default one, but if you get this upgrade in your city, it allows you to build your own garrison using your recruitment pools. And the upkeep is 0, like free upkeep. You know, more getting maybe like 1 or 2 unique siege maps per faction. So like make Altdorf have a unique map, Castle Drakenhof gets a unique map, Karazakarak gets a unique map. Let's say one per race, right? Like one unique map per race could be fun. But yeah, I don't know. There's all sorts of stuff you could do. Yeah, put artillery on walls. Yeah, that's a big one for me too. Artillery should be able to go on walls. I agree wholeheartedly on that. All right, anyway, I should stop getting distracted. I heard the bit noise and then no message played. My idea of flyers. I want those walls picked clean.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Bits, if Noblars existed in real life, do you think there would be an official position of presidential Noblars who follow the president around, hyping them up, wiping their asses, etc.? Ooh, man. I want you to know that it took a supreme amount of willpower not to make a joke at the expense of certain political forces in answer to that comment. So I will simply follow it with yes. I'll simply follow it with yes. Aop unknown. Dawi with tanks fits so well. I mean, the dwarves have technology that is vague, very vaguely similar to a tank. It's not exactly what you would think of when you think like tank, but it's similar in some interesting ways. Is that a unit they could put in Total War? Yeah, they could. I would rather have a Shard Dragon because I feel like the trick with it is that you have to remember that the dwarfs do not like using technology that is not extremely reliable and proven. That's like a very important aspect of dwarven military culture. So if you're gonna try and give them some kind of new kind of weapon, it can't just be like a steam tank, because steam tanks are really well known for being these unreliable, messy as fuck, nightmarish creations that, although extremely powerful, are very difficult to utilize properly, and have a lot of problems. You know, the same, so you have to create something that would make sense for dwarfs to be behind it. So like, how is it used outside of the military, for instance? Does it have mining, uses in mining? Does it have uses in other kinds of applications? So you'd want to really, like the new Dwarf Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay book actually has some ideas that could theoretically work for that. So if you haven't, I would recommend cracking open that book and taking a look at like the engineering section, and seeing if any of those like weapons and such jump out at you as being particularly interesting. Go vote? Yes! Go vote! If you haven't already, please go vote. Please, 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 pretty please, make sure your voice is heard. If you're American, if you're not, disregard. I don't, because I assume you don't have stuff going on. But if you're American, please do. Alright. I'd like to go over and kill this Necromancer. So I guess we could, I don't really want to drop my Vargeist on him because I feel like they're gonna not, they might get surrounded. Let's get our Black Coach a little bit out to safety. You know what? Let's get our Black Coach should be able to get the necromancer, I think. As long as I clear space for him.
Did you see the IMDb leaked Cat A character? I feel so bad for CA having to hurt voice actors to not leak stuff constantly.
Yes, I am aware of it. I don't really have an opinion on it until I see something in action. Because we've kind of had this happen before, where like voice actors or other types of creatives will basically like update their IMDb page and reveal something. Like it might reveal like a special character or a legendary lord or something. However, there have been a lot of false alarms in the past. So there have been times where like just off the top of my head, we had one instance where an IMDb page came out and had a high elf it was like a high elf naval lord or something, and there was like mention of, I think it was the amulet of Sunfire, which is like a high elf relic. And a lot of us saw it and were like, oh shit, they're gonna do like Sea Lord Island, and then nothing came of it. Or there was when they brought in like the mocap lady, and she did the her IMDb page talked about Tigermen, and so a lot of people were looking at like Shadows of Change and were like, oh, they're gonna do Tigermen. Nothing came of it. So I am skeptical until something concrete comes out. Just because we've been down this road many a time. So until there is something that I can actually get my grubby paws on that indicates that it's gonna be like an actual unit, or an actual character, I don't put that much faith in the IMDb things. So I'm not that particularly excited by it, because I don't think it's anything yet. Maybe it will be something, but as of right now, I am indifferent. I'm waiting for more credible information.
Love eternal. Excellent. Yes.
JF, thanks so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. For the last wish list stream, how about more Confederation ways like dwarfs so Mazdamundi could get my Krokar as well? Sorry, Lord Mazdamundi. Yeah, I mean, I am very much a strong believer that every single race in the game should have at least one Confederation mechanic that is like a mechanic. So like the dwarfs having their grudge thing. You know, the greenskins being able to beat the shit out of each other, or gosh, I'm having like massive brain farts right now. Or the who else has Confederation mechanics these days? Greenskins and Norska can beat the shit out of each other. I forget, does the Empire have a Confederation mechanic? Doesn't Karl Franz have something he can do? Maybe? Ooh, Karen race. Hell yeah. Yeah, spooky ghost units got some pretty nice upgrades. In this patch, which is nice. They have like a lot more leadership. Oh, nice. We can awaken our first unit. Give me a puppet master. Karl Franz does, yeah. So Karl Franz has Force Confederation, which is great. Obsidian trinkets, get those out of here. Armor, silver, steel, sure, I'll take that.
Of the dark.
Chaos Dwarves, yeah, Chaos Dwarves have a good one. Wood Elves have a good one. Do I think we'll ever get Spirit Hosts? Yes. Though I will freely admit that that is very optimistic, but my current answer is yes. Sail the ship. I agree. No butt ladders. Units should be forced to use siege engines to scale walls, or at least make ladders themselves, things you have to build before battle. I 100% agree. You and I are of one mind on that. So yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes. Warzag's Morky Mischief. Did the Dark Brothers have any interest in Undead? No, no. The Dark Gods deeply despise the Undead. They do not like the Undead and actively work against them. Because the Undead, for each of the Dark Gods in different ways, the Undead represent a deep opposite and problem for the Undead. Or for Chaos. That all of them hate for their own various reasons. So yeah, no, they're not fans. They are not fans at all. Which is actually why the vampires are often one of, if not the most reliable enemies of Chaos. Like the vampire counts in particular are one of the best defenses that the old world has against the forces of Chaos, and have played pretty critical roles in holding back the forces of the Dark Gods. Which is, you know, something the Empire likes to conveniently forget about often. Marathi, in my modded game, Vlad, Isabella, Conrad, Ulrika, and Van Hal are going to try and take down Nagash. Lore-wise, how do you think they do? So what I would probably phrase it as try to prevent the resurrection of Nagash. If the issue for them is that Nagash is already back, then it becomes more of an issue of stop Nagash from getting back to full power. If Nagash is already back at full power and he's returned, then I'm gonna be honest, they're probably fucked. Like they're probably not a whole lot they're gonna be able to do about that. Unless then it becomes more of trying to find allies and manipulate other various forces into attacking their mutual enemy of Nagash.
Yotam 9 cheered. X100.
So lore-wise, I think they get spanked unless one of those other qualifiers came into place.
Spawns. Rewards Silent by turning him into a chaos spawn. Punishes Arabelle if he ever fails. Revives Scar/Valkyria whenever they fail.
We sure he isn't Zinch in disguise. So...
I have not seen such a pathetic sight.
Oh, hold on. Dad's talking.
Father-in-law Otto took his last breath. Is this all that thine empire can muster? What a pity.
I'll answer that in a second.
This is. It makes me ponder for the era of worthy foes such as Wilhelm or that wolf knight Kruger. Not this pathetic squabble of mortal men. Yet my sword thirsts, and so it shall be slaked in the blood of living fools that think to challenge the might of Von Carstein. Let the slaughter begin!
You can't interrupt Dad. It's rude to interrupt Dad. So is Khorne the most confusing god? No. Yeah. So okay, you have to remember that the Dark Gods don't. The Dark Gods are not rational. They are batshit crazy, insane, nightmarish entities that do not have a very good grasp on a lot of the laws of reality. So they don't have a good understanding of concepts like time or space. And their understanding of everything that makes mortals mortals is shaky, to say the least. As such, they are not very predictable and are very difficult to understand for mortal beings, is the way they're intended to be. Now, a lot of the time, that is very, very difficult to portray in a reasonable fashion. So often you'll get authors from like GW or whatever who really struggle to like keep that well in mind. And so you end up having scenarios where they'll kind of just portray the dark gods as very simple to understand entities that are reasonable and predictable and have like easy to understand personalities. But that is far more due to a writer struggling to portray what they're wanting to portray, as opposed to what the truth is, the situation should be. If that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Vlad with the Tormentor sword just feels like cheating, but I'll take it.
Master of the Undead, all shall bow before me. We hunger. All life must end.
Final Flash Flood, thank you so much for the super chat. More interesting baseline Lizardman campaign mechanics. The journal will be huge because the roster is awesome, but I always feel pressure to play to Hinduin because he has actual faction mechanics. Yeah, that's definitely something they need to keep cracking at. I mean, ideally, in a perfect world, we will get to the point where every single faction in the game has like a unique gimmick. So like every single legendary lord has their own kind of fun, unique mechanic. I think is a good goal to have in the extreme long term. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but, you know, hopefully every time we get like a major update and stuff like that, they can kind of sneak them in every once in a while. And the Lizardmen are, you know, a really good example of that. But yeah, getting a dedicated mechanic as far as like having a dedicated Confederation mechanic for the Lizardmen is definitely something I would like to see, because it, you know, it really feels like there should be a system of, oh, here is the whole thing revolving around the geomantic web and how the geomantic web works and furthering the great plan. And the further we manage to get the great plan, the more likely we are to be able to turn to other Lizardman factions and say, hey, we're doing really good at making the great plan a reality, and our interpretation is clearly the one the old ones favor. So you should come join us and do what we're doing. And they should go, oh yeah, that makes sense. And boom, boom, you know, you got your Lizardman Confederation. I think that would be the ideal universe.
Yotam 9 cheered. X100. in regards to chaos gods being unpredictable, not to get political/theological, but that really reminds me arguments about the Bible. No, you don't understand. This obvious contradiction/plot hole isn't actually a contradiction.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that is kind of part of an idea behind it. But I mean, just think of the best thing to think about the Dark Gods is not even as gods, but just as like alien entities. Like, if you have a creature that lives in a 8D reality, they just don't have a good comprehension of what it's like to live in a 3D reality. And it's very, very confusing to them.
All shall perish.
Understandably, one might say. I mean, I live in 3D reality, and I still find it fucking confusing a lot of the time.
Swiftly. Kneel before your master.
I wanna eat that. I wanna eat that light wizard's booty. Come here, you.
End them! So be it!
Why don't y'all come get rid of these knights for me?
For Sylvania. Give us blood. Blood knights.
My grave guard's straight up not having a good time. Vlad eats ass confirmed. Come on, he's Vlad. Of course he does. He's a gentleman.
With haste. Attack.
Quickly!
Why do you think Isabella was so hell bent on spending eternity with him? I mean, come on. The man's got marketable skills.
Frenzy!
He knows what he's about.
Magic!
More reinforcements? Huh.
Night has fallen. Isabella Von Carstein. Quickly!
How's the black coach going? It's doing well. I don't know where it's going, but I was just chasing people off. Why don't you go deal with that? You go help with that. We're gonna start putting my grave guard back together.
It is done!
Kill everyone, please and thank you. Help run down that light wizard.
Bow before me. Attack.
That should be pretty much everything, other than just like yeah, that little pocket over there. Vroom, vroom! I always love when the horses just do like a little bite, like they're like, ugh, and it just causes people to just fucking explode. It's like, god damn, those horses got some bite force.
Isabella Von Carstein.
No one can.
There we go. The new bounties for the ogres are still really underwhelming. Very little rewards. Do you think they'll make further improvements with the DLC? I think there's a decent chance of that because I have been bitching at them a lot, and God bless them, they're more than willing to put up with me. So, yes. I don't know if we'll get it for the DLC, but I do think we'll get improvements at some point. Lore fact question. Wow, this is from a long time ago. My bad, All's Dust. What is the strongest between Lords, Paladins, and Grail Knights? Are all Lords and Paladins Grail Knights? No. I would actually say relatively few Lords and Paladins are Grail Knights. So, Grail Knights are like the absolute top tier. Granted, for the sake of like how the game works, it's like, oh, my lords are like the best part of my army, and that's not like that. It from a lore standpoint, that's not how it would really work. Where from a lore standpoint, your Grail Knights are essentially your demigods, and then your paladins and lords are notable fighters who might have like a professional relationship with fighting, or some other such. But it's not as much about, how do I say this? The vow that they've taken at that point in their life is a relatively unrelated matter. Hopefully that is a suitable explanation. Give me those Sylvanian crossbowmen!
Psych 2416256 cheered. X100. Loremaster, I asked a question on Blue Sky a bit late in your armor, but could Vlad vote for a new emperor, given that he is the ruler of Sylvania, and would his vote even be admitted, or will the imperial bureaucracy make it?
So, hypothetically, could Vlad Von Carstein vote for emperor? Vlad would argue yes. Everyone else in the Empire would argue no. The Empire would argue that Vlad does not have the right to vote for Emperor because he is not an Elector Count. There is not an Elector Count of Sylvania. And there has not been one in a really, really, really fucking long time. If ever, actually. Because Sylvania, in and of itself, was not one of the electoral provinces. Like, it was... It has an interesting history, but Sylvania isn't a grand province. So it does not have it does not have a electoral vote for emperor. This was actually a plot line that I overall enjoyed in the end times, which is that Vlad von Carstein shows up to help save Altdorf from the invasion of Nurgle, and when Vlad shows up, he shows up under the god. He shows up and says, "Hey, I'll help you guys fight against the hordes of chaos and like fight back chaos, but you have to make me an Elector Count. So you need to declare me an Elector Count. I want all of the rights and authority that comes with being an Elector Count, including the ability to help elect an emperor, and I want to be acknowledged as an equal." And there was a lot of hemming and hawing about it, but eventually Kurt Helborg, who was in charge of the defense of Altdorf at the time, finally relents because he's so desperate, realizing what they're up against with Nurgle, and he ends up saying that, all right, fine, you could be an Elector Count. And Vlad helps in the fight. But
can you explain some lore on Vlad's dad? Or at least the one that was legendary in the older times as a mad vampire?
I'll go back to that in just a second. So, that's the general gist of that, is that, if in the Warhammer timeline, if Vlad von Carstein or the Sylvanians managed to get their grubby paws on a Runefang, if they could get their hands on a Runefang, they could declare that the Runefang grants them the authority to have to become a grand province and to have an electoral seat. But that means they have to get somebody's Runefang, which is difficult, to say the least. So that is a story thread that would be exceptionally appropriate and very fun for the Von Carsteins. Would be, you know, various attempts to try and acquire a rune fang. But as of yet, they have not managed to pull it off. Holy Artist, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Lore on Vlad's dad? So I will... Give me just a moment, and I'll do some quick fast-paced research. But Vlad's father, at least as far as I'm aware, is not actually like a character. He might be in some really, really old stuff, but as far as I know, he's never mentioned. Maybe that's from like a much, much older edition? But give me just a sec here and I will see if I can look something up about that and if I can find anything. But Vashanesh is not noted for his father being particularly of note. Wait, are you talking about the original, are you talking about Otto von Drack?
05,906 cheered.
Are you talking about Isabella's dad?
Didn't Vlad die properly in one of the vampire wars? Or at least get prevented to rise again? So how does tie if he was around for the end times?
Because Isabella's father is a crazy son of a bitch. Otto von Drack. He is a fucking nightmare of a person. If that's who you're talking about. Zero, didn't Vlad die properly in one of the Vampire Wars? Yeah, so the Vampire Wars was a long period of time, and there were generally... It's generally accepted there were 3 Vampire Wars. There was the one against Vlad, there was the one against Conrad, and there was the one against Manfred. Vlad dies at the end of the first Vampire War, and he's dead. Like, dead. He gets his ring, the Von Carstein ring is stolen off of his finger while he's sleeping in his coffin during the day. It's stolen by, oh god, what's his name? Like, his name's like, is it Felix Jaeger? But it's stolen by, like, the greatest thief of the age. Though unknown to pretty much everybody, the only reason he was... Felix Mann, thank you, it was Felix Mann. The only way that Felix Mann was able to successfully steal it was because, A, Manfred basically revealed to the Sigmarites that stealing Vlad's ring was the secret to killing him, and B, Manfred used his sorcery to blind all of the guardians and magical wards that should have detected Felix Mann, so that Felix Mann could actually sneak into Vlad's tent and steal his ring. Without Manfred, it would not have been possible. Because Manfred ultimately betrays his sire. Because betrayal and Manfred are... those are partner concepts, you could say. So, how was he around for the end times? So, the answer to that is Nagash. When Nagash gets resurrected, one of the first things Nagash does is that Nagash wants to have 9 Mortarks, which are like his generals. Nagash really likes the number 9, which is vaguely Zinchian. But Nagash really likes to have 9 generals. It's a big thing for him. So Nagash decided that he wanted a certain group of individuals, but he wanted Vlad more than anybody else, because Vlad was, once upon a time, already one of Nagash's greatest generals to ever live, being Vashanesh, who was super kick-ass and awesome and cool and whatever. So Nagash decides that he is going to resurrect Vlad Von Carstein to once again serve him as an incredibly capable and powerful general. And the way that he does this is that Nagash basically takes Manfred and just rips as much of the essence of Vlad Von Carstein out of Manfred's bones as he can, and uses that to functionally put Vlad back together again. And he's able to use his, and also Manfred knows where the ring is. Like, Manfred is the one, after Felix Man took Vlad's ring and kind of vanished, what a lot of people did not know was that Manfred then tracked down Felix Man and murdered him, took Vlad Von Carstein's ring and hid it. So Manfred is the only entity alive that knew where the ring was. But the second Nagash came back, Nagash basically tortured Manfred until Manfred told him. Because Nagash is a petty bitch who doesn't take no for an answer. But, yeah. So, Holy Artist, who are you asking about? Like, give me a name. Also, Keiko Gogantes, thank you so much for the 38 months. Psych, thank you for 2416256. Thank you very, 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 very much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. And Lord Gron, thank you for gifting a sub to Molnar5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Unstoppable.
All right, let's go ahead and grab the moot. Get those pesky halflings under our control. Gotta have the halfling vote. The halflings are always the secret to power. Remember, the little folk. We have Vlad has an incredibly powerful ring into which he has poured a considerable amount of his essence and power. He's really got to be sure to lock down the halfling vote. Oh, Conrad. Ah, okay, Conrad von Carstein. Yeah, Conrad von Carstein is absolutely batshit crazy, but he's so batshit crazy that he's genuinely hilarious. Vlad is, Conrad is one of the most hysterical characters because the antics he gets up to are so deranged that it unironically makes him pretty funny. Probably my favorite with him. Some of the ones would not endear him, I think, to a lot of people in the audience. But my favorite one is that when he got turned into a vampire, something that he did, actually, I think he did it before he did it when he was not a vampire yet. But one of the particularly famous things that he did was that he held a trial, and Conrad von Carstein put his mother on trial for the crime of giving birth to him without his permission. And he found her guilty of said crime and had her locked away in the tallest tower in, I think, Tempelhof or Waldenhof, one of these cities. Had her locked in the highest tower where she was kept without food or water until she died. Because that's just Conrad. He's a bit of a goober. But he also had some that would make him significantly less popular with internet folk. He issued an edict where all of the soldiers in his army were supposed to practice crossbow training by shooting cats. So he mass genocided all the cats in his domain as target practice because he just didn't like cats. What is some of the other shit he got up to? He's the one that turned a halfling into a vampire because he thought it'd be funny. But, oh, whoops. Wait. Hold up. Hold on. Did I have a non-aggression with him? Because I would rather be emperor and have people serve me in life as well as death. How I thought only humans could be vampires? Because Conrad. To be fair, halflings are fairly human adjacent, which opens up some interesting questions. Will I watch the Lord of the Rings anime film? Yes, I intend to. I think it'll be fun. Oh, I do have non-aggression with Averland. Oh, interesting.
I'll hear words from that unliving throat, but I make no promises that I won't draw my sword.
I will join your fight against the Greenskin Scourge, Everheim. Because I'm going to make you loyal to me. What's the relationship of Conrad with the other vampires? Conrad von Carstein was originally a noble of the... Oh god, what family? He was Sylvanian nobility. Was he from the Waldenhof family? I don't remember exactly what family line he was from. But the thing that was rather problematic about him was that Conrad was, to put it as bluntly as possible, Conrad was completely fucking insane. Like, just utterly beyond imaginably insane. To a rather comical degree. And in life, he was grotesquely not okay. And why exactly Vlad chose to give him the blood kiss is a bit of a mystery. There are some scholars within the Empire that speculate that Vlad turned Conrad because by that point, which was fairly late into Vlad's life, Vlad had become significantly more cruel and just mean and just kind of the worst in a lot of ways. And Vlad thought it would be genuinely funny. He did it as he was so kind of mesmerized by Conrad's insanity that he just wanted to see what would happen. He wanted to see what would happen if he turned Conrad. What happens if you take someone that's that level of completely and utterly unhinged and push them a little further? Now, there are others that argue that Conrad was fanatically loyal to Vlad and his undead aristocracy, and that as a reward for this level of loyalty, Vlad turned him. As one of the things that is genuinely interesting about Conrad is that Conrad was, if you had to give him kind of like a simple description, Conrad was Vlad and Isabella's enforcer. So whenever they would be dealing with other vampires or just life in Sylvania, if anybody talks shit about Vlad, like if anyone had anything bad at all to say about him or talked bad about him or Isabella, Conrad would rip them limb from limb. He would murder them brutally, whether they were vampire, human, or whatever. Because Conrad was so batshit crazy and so just completely out of his fucking mind that despite being a vampire, he could not control the winds of magic at all. Like, he was pathetically inept at utilizing sorcery. And this ended up leading to him developing other talents. Most notably that he got exceptionally gifted at violence. Explosive violence.
Very well.
I'll get bonus money if I go to war with Zufbar. But Zufbar is friends with Averland.
I will listen.
And I want to bring humans under my heel. Decisions.
Unstoppable.
I feel like if we mess up Drycha, that's gonna make the humans happy. Whereas messing up the dwarfs, I don't think will necessarily do us many favors. I mean, actual Vlad was intelligent enough not to attack the dwarfs. He actually avoided antagonizing the Dawi. Because he knew that was bad news. Queen Bee makes vampire heroes absolutely godlike. Oh, not just vampire heroes, actually all heroes. Hey, that's gonna be great once I get some necromancers. All right, let's get good fell bats, because we're about to get the building that will let my fell bats have regen, which will be really nice. More replenished troops, please. Look at all these growth buildings. How lovely. Truly is the breadbasket of the Empire over here. All right, cool. So despite being batshit crazy, he's still loyal to Vlad. Conrad was extremely loyal. Yes. Conrad was very, 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 very loyal to Vlad and Isabella. They were the only ones that could reliably control his madness. He was good at listening to mom and dad. Oh, nice.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Yes, I will take the Talisman of Endurance as I try to make myself
Darkness.
basically unkillable.
The world will drown in blood. I am invincible.
This is gonna be a big fight.
And tremble.
Let's make our Graveguard with Halberds have more leadership. And let's go kill us some tree spirits! Do we know his father? Conrad's? I don't remember who his, like, actual dad was, but Vlad is the one that gave him the blood kiss. Because Conrad was a first generation, or a, depending on how you look at it, a first generation Von Carstein. If you consider, like, Vlad, like, the progenitor, then he's a first generation descendant from Vlad.
Tam 9 Sheared, X100. If the Gold-Tooth tribe dedicated themselves to Nurgle, how would that affect the global toilet nobler economy?
The global what? Toilet Noblar economy? I mean, the Toilet Noblar Union would definitely be, I think, stretched rather thin, as their numbers would be deeply, deeply destroyed due to plague and everything that would come with it. So, you could say it would be a pretty bad time for them. But at the same time, they would have infinite employment because there would always be things that need cleaning. So there is that. Okay, I think we're gonna send like an Alpha Strike group off, hopefully around this flank to cause shenanigans. And I'm hoping I can lure the elves to fighting us on this flank primarily.
Isabella Von Carstein.
Hopefully.
With haste, for Sylvania, I would have this nuisance quashed. Let the slaughter begin. Hit them off!
Oh, nice. Idiot fell for it. Ghouls. Where are my ghouls? Go claim that. Direwolves, wait for a signal. People that can fly. Get rid of those. Ow, 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 ow. Good work, boys. Good work. Let's pull y'all back a bit.
What do you want?
I don't really care if the Felbats die. Spearman and Grave Guard, let's go around this way. Blood Knights, be smart. Black Coach, let's just keep you in the area. Good, good.
Yotam Nagash, X100. Should Vlad get access to the rest of the Sylvanian level units from 6th edition? Huntsman / archers / free company?
Yeah, I'd be fine with it. I don't think that'd be a big deal. No, 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 no. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're right here. So many damn forest spirits. Good job, ghouls. Now we have to be a little nasty. Okay, I want my halberds in front to start carving through mountains of treekin.
Vlad Von Carstein's march! Find me if you dare! End them!
We're having some weird issues here. Oh, if I could get on these Blade Guard, I would be very happy. Okay, we're gonna send in Karen Race this way. I want you to go hop on those guys. We're gonna bring forward these guys. Y'all go with Mom, since most of the melee forces are now committed. Yeah, we should be able to start popping. Good job, wolves. Daddy is very proud. Why don't y'all come over this way and get rid of these Deepwood Scouts for me? Not you. You get rid of these Deepwood Scouts. Avoid the tree man. Avoid the tree man. Thank you. Go over this way. Get some more healing on our Vargulfs. Let's stop the enemy from moving.
So is Vlad then the father to all Carsteins in a row?
Yes.
Also, where and how do all the other bloodlines come to be with, like blood dragons, necrarchers, strigoi, etc.?
So, okay, so the way vampires work is that you have the 7 progenitors. Now, granted, this is for vampires as we understand them in the old world. It could be theoretically that there are vampires that exist outside of these dynamics, but if so, then those are vampires from that would be like very, 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 very different. But the vampires, as we understand them, are entities that come from the Nehakaran incident, so to speak. Where super long time ago in ancient history, there was a woman by the name of Neferata. And Neferata was a Nehakaran noble in the the city of Lamia, which was a city in ancient Nehekara that had a lot of power and was super cool and had a lot of cool stuff going for it. And due to various shenanigans I'm not going to get too much into for the sake of time, Neferata, with the help of some other individuals, but mostly due to her own brilliance, created what's known as an elixir of immortality. Now, Nagash, the great necromancer, who invented what we now know as necromancy, had created the first elixir of immortality. But Neferata, when she made her version, Neferata did not have access to all of Nagash's knowledge and research. She only had access to a fraction of it. So her version of the elixir ended up being flawed. And the flaw was that Nagash's version, depending on what source you look at, did not have much of a downside. The version that he gave himself and that he gave the likes of Archon the Black made him basically super immortal and super awesome. It did have a couple of minor drawbacks, but nothing super serious. When Neferata created her version, it did the same thing as far as making the imbiber immortal and granting them like incredible power and abilities, and yada yada yada, but it came with a critical downside, which is that it required the user to sustain themselves and keep themselves in a good place by consuming human blood. Well, technically any blood, but human blood was kind of the preference. But they needed to drink blood. And there would be later vampires who would figure out that there were technical ways around it where they didn't necessarily require blood. They could get away with some other materials. But for the most part, and for most vampires, it requires blood to be healthy, so to speak. So, Neferata creates this super awesome, cool, badass elixir. And she shares it with notable and powerful members of her personal court. And the individuals that she shares it with is she shares it with her advisor and Grand Vizier by the name of Wazoran. She also shared it with the head of their kind of judicial system, so the head judge, Matt Mises. She also shared it with her not lover in a sense that they were actually boning, but lover in a romantic sense of like, think of like actual chivalric poems and stories where you have that like they can never consummate their love because it's like a brave noble knight and a noble woman, so they can never be together, but they constantly pine for each other, and they have that really dramatic, over-the-top, lovey-dovey stuff going on. That was Neferata's relationship with the captain of the guard, Abarash. And then you also had... So what? It was Abarash, Neferata, Wazoran, Matt Mises. You also had Herakte, which, if I remember right, Herakte was... Maybe... Oh, I think Herakte may have been the Grand Vizier. But you had Herakte, and then Neferata had a younger brother that she hated. She hated her younger brother. She thought he was just an annoying little shithead, and she wanted nothing to do with him, and she had no desire to give him this elixir of immortality because, like I said, she fucking hated him. And his name was Ushoran, and Ushoran was the Master of Masks, which meant that he was basically in charge of, like, organizing events and parties but he was also essentially a bit of a spy master type individual, and being very aware of what a lot of people were up to. And because of his role of being aware of what people are up to and being kind of a sneaky shit, he was more clever than he let on. And he snuck into the room where this elixir was being kept, and he drank from it, therefore ascending to the ranks of immortal badass vampire. Much to the extreme anger of Neferata, but these original founding vampires had already started essentially agreeing to a set of laws, and one of the really big important laws was that they were not allowed to kill one another or try to kill one another. So even though Neferata very much desired to kill her little brother who had stolen and drank from this super cool badass elixir that she had no desire to share with him, because of the laws that had been implemented, she wasn't allowed to do anything to him. So she just kind of had to begrudgingly allow him to join her court. And that was kind of the situation as it stayed for a while, until the arrival of one last individual, which was Vashanesh. And Vashanesh came from the city of Kemri, which was the capital of Nehakara, and he brought word of some shit that was going down over in the capital, and how there were individuals that were conspiring against Neferata and her court. And he was so impressive and so amazing and so sexy and so handsome, because he was legitimately all of those things, that Neferata had a discussion with him, and she ends up basically offering him a deal of marrying her. And it was kind of a political marriage, but also because she was like, holy shit, look at this guy. And so she marries Vashanesh, and as part of their marriage, he gets to drink from this elixir. And Vashanesh is the last of the original founding vampires. So those are the 7 founding vampires. And the big thing about the 7 founders is that by drinking this elixir, they all completed the transformation into becoming super badass, epic, awesome vampire baddies. However, due to the nature of the elixir, all of them gained all of their most extreme traits, especially the more negative traits, were heavily magnified by this elixir. So Vashanesh's ambition became significantly more all-consuming. Neferata's self-obsession and pride became far more magnified. Aberash's obsession with perfection in martial matters, and dedication to certain ideals became far more magnified. So, like, there were all these different elements of their natures that became exaggerated. And what this basically led to was that over a fairly long period of time, each of them would become slowly but surely far more monstrous. And this became the original founding vampires. And what they discovered as part of their curse, if you want to call it that, was that each of them had the ability to give what was known as a blood kiss to others. And the blood kiss would basically turn someone that they performed this ritual, so to speak, on. It would give these individuals a not quite as powerful version of their own vampiric abilities at the price of, you know, they turn into these horrible undead abominations, and they would be forever bound to their father or mother in darkness. And the various aspects, we'll say, of their parent would come to be reflected in their own nature after periods of time. So if you were turned by Vlad Von Carstein, although you would have your original personality and your memories and all this other stuff, the longer you lived, and debatably the more powerful you became, the more that Vlad's flaws and Vlad's emotions and features would become more pronounced in your being. So you would kind of get altered to fit that mold over time and not really realize it. And the founders to their bloodline. So you have Neferata is the leader of the progenitor of the Lamian bloodline, which ties its identity back to the city of Lamia, which obviously Neferata was from, and was she is obsessed with her ancient kingdom that she has lost control of due to being kicked out by others. You then have... Oh, look at that! There's an ogre camp nearby. Gimme ogres. My army will have the living and the dead. You also had so you had the Lamians, which the Lamians are a mostly all-female vampiric bloodline, because Neferata has had some really, really, really bad experiences with men over her very long life. And she's just sick of it, so she doesn't really tolerate them anymore. So you have the Lamians, which are a mostly female order of vampires that specialize in spying, manipulation, hypnosis, speed. They're like freakishly fast. They're the fastest vampires by far. And they also have a noted affinity for cats. They are extremely good at not only controlling cats, but also transforming into cat-like creatures, whether it's like house cats or panthers or whatever. And they rule primarily from the Silver Pinnacle, which is up here in the World's Edge Mountains, which was a dwarf hold that was taken by Neferata quite some time ago. And so you have the Lamians. Then you have the Von Carsteins, which were founded by Vashanesh, who is, in truth, Vlad Von Carstein. His original name was Vashanesh. He would take on the name Vlad Von Carstein later. So you had Vlad. Then you had the Blood Dragons, who were... And the Von Carsteins are very well known for political savviness, ambition, desiring to rule over the lands of the living in a very obvious and open way, whereas like the Lamians prefer to stick to the shadows. Von Carsteins also have a strong affinity over kind of nature in a sense. So they have a strong affinity with bats, wolves, and storms. The Von Carsteins are very well known for being able to quite literally conjure storms to hide the sun. And also like cause like sheets of rain and all sorts of other nasty problems. They also are very strongly affiliated with the land of Sylvania, where the Von Carsteins are basically the ruling aristocracy of Sylvania, because Vlad very carefully over the course of hundreds of years infiltrated Sylvania and turned the vast majority of all of the nobles into Von Carstein vampires. You then have, and Von Carsteins are also well known for being able to turn into mist, for being able to turn into like a wolf form. Some of them can turn into werewolves. A lot of them can turn into bats. They're very stereotypical Bram Stoker Dracula type vampires. Then you have the Blood Dragons, who were founded by Abarash. The Blood Dragons are extremely obsessed with martial power. They are by far the most combat savvy of the very vampiric bloodlines, but they're also the crappiest at magic. The Blood Dragons are notoriously shitty at using the winds of magic, and they really, really struggle with it. compared to all of the other bloodlines. You also have, but they're really big on, they have a kind of twisted sense of chivalry. A lot of Bretonnians have become Blood Dragon Knights, because Blood Dragons tend to prefer to turn people that they find martially interesting. So a Blood Dragon will be kind of like your creepy Black Knight type figure that will show up places and be like attacking people. And if another great warrior shows up to challenge them, they'll have this big epic duel. And if the vampire wins, rather than killing their opponent, they will give their opponent the blood kiss and turn them into a vampire because they've been impressed by their martial skill. Whether or not the recipient wants the blood kiss, they don't really give a shit about, which has led to some really tragic storylines. You then have the... And blood dragons are also really well known for riding cavalry. So they tend to ride on horseback. Or creature back, so to speak. You then have the Necrarchs, which the Necrarchs were founded by Wazorin. The Necrarchs are by far the most magically powerful of the vampiric bloodlines. However, they are also the physically weakest. And they tend to look very much like the Nosferatu type vampires, where they're like really haggard, ugly, decaying corpses, because they don't put any effort into maintaining a guise or like an appearance. They just, they're fine looking like a horrifying, desiccated corpse of ugly. Because they're like, whatever, I'm gonna be a super god tier wizard. Why would I care if I look good or not? I'm here to fuck shit up, not to look pretty. So, but the Necrarchs specialize in sorcery and also summoning the largest and most powerful forms of undead. So they're really well known for utilizing spirits. They're really well known for using things like zombie dragons. And they are also very isolationist. They don't like to hang out around humans. They don't like to hang out around others. They tend to hide up in like big lonely towers out in the dark forest where they experiment and try and unravel the secrets of necromancy. And then the last of the big bloodlines are the Strigoi, which were founded by Ushoran, and they are the ghouls, the ghoul kings. So the Strigoi vampires are known as Ghoul Kings because after the fall of their attempted empire, Strigos, they basically got chased out into the wilds, and for a lot of reasons that I'm not going to go into because it's a long story, all of the other vampires fucking hated them because they viewed them as arrogant and attempting to like act like they were better than everybody else. So when their empire collapsed, instead of like helping them or taking pity on them, all of the other vampiric bloodlines decided to gang up on them and just beat the shit out of them. So the Strigoi got chased out into the wilds, and they had to hide away, and were forced to feed on, like, the blood of, like, animals or chaos creatures and corpses. So they weren't eating good, and they ended up devolving and losing themselves to madness, and they became very ghoul-like creatures. But the positive about the Strigoi is that while they're absolutely fucking insane because they're not doing well mentally, they are incredibly scary. They are by far the most physically powerful of the bloodlines because they tend to be very large, swollen with muscle, very bestial in nature. They have venomous claws and fangs. They tend to regenerate like a motherfucker. So they are by far the most durable of the bloodlines. They're very, very difficult to deal any lasting damage to, and they're very difficult to put down, like permanently. They are a nasty piece of work. Strigoi vampires are scary enough that when most other types of vampires find out a Strigoi is in the area, the appropriate response is to go, oh shit, we need to do something about that. Or else, like, we're in for a really bad time. So they tend to, they're very good at hiding, and they tend to hide, like, underneath graveyards and feed on the blood of the dead, and ghouls like to hang out around them, which is why they're very heavily associated with ghouls and are known as Ghoul Kings.
X100. What Ushoran traits would have given him the bestial Strigoi bloodline?
So,
a spy master, I find it odd he became such a brute-looking vampire in stature. Unless he didn't always look like that.
Ushoran was always a big guy. Like, Ushoran was always a large, powerful, swollen with muscle man. But Ushoran's, the way the vampiric curse, interacted with him was that it brought out, the bestial nature, that inner beast, that inner savagery. Ushoran, over the course of many, many hundreds of years, slowly devolved into this hulking, monstrous bestial creature. He was still very clever. He was still very smart. Like, he wasn't stupid. But he devolved into that over a long course of time because the vampire curse accentuated and brought out his inner bestial nature, essentially. Hopefully that's helpful. Let's see. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. Sly, thank you for the super chat. Is there any information you could talk about the Sleeper? Is there a race of insect humanoids in the Warhammer world? So, the Sleeper, for anyone that doesn't know, is a villain that shows up for the, in a Gotrek and Felix novel. I'm not gonna say which one because I don't want to do spoilers. But there's the Sleeper is the best way to describe her is a large insectoid-like ant queen, that has the ability to unleash a hive mind-like ability that allows her to control others, to horrific effect. And she is revealed to have been from a race of giant ant-like entities that existed a long time ago, but when the ancient dwarfs kind of came out of the mountains and started working their way north, these early dwarfs basically started bumping into the early this ant empire of creatures, and the dwarfs basically annihilated them. The dwarfs messed them up bad. And this ultimately led to them being essentially eradicated. But this particular ant queen escaped into the depths of a mountain, and she was able to somehow make contact with the dark gods, and she made a bargain where the dark gods gave her a lot of power and immortality in exchange for corrupting her and using her as a weapon in the future. And she is really fucking scary. But is there a race in the Warhammer world of insect people? Not that we're aware of. That's not to say they don't exist. We're just not aware of any that exist. Oh, we got ogres, lads!
Vlad Von Carstein.
Now I just need like 4 allied empire units, and I'll feel like I have a proper living and dead army.
I am busy.
We did get some really nice high tier undead units, so that's cool.
Bloodlines.
Got ourselves a Mortis engine.
The more calls. Burning your pistols.
This is an easy relationship, because we can feed the ogres as many corpses as they want.
Ready, General!
We're actually going to be able to, if I can get a human ally or an empire ally, we're going to actually be able to have a pretty interesting, diverse army, which will be fun.
Fear us. Bloodlines. Death and destruction. Kneel before your master.
Oh, he's got a Cygor, that's fine.
No one can stop. Oh yes. It shall be done. With haste.
Tremble, mortals! It is done!
When Zappa.
Man-eaters!
Give us blood.
Night has fallen. Ready for war! Crossbowman!
Mortis engine.
Yes?
Die!
Load it, sir!
Very well.
Still my beating heart.
Isabella
Why don't you go get him?
coming.
But yeah, there, to my knowledge, there's nothing about an insect race in Warhammer. It would be very, very, very easy for one to appear. There are insectoid monsters, or like creatures. The Trigara are a pretty famous one, but they're not like an organized race. They're just a type of creature. Which Trigara, the best way I can explain them is that they are giant underground praying mantis that have a particular love for eating Skaven. Which Skaven are really, really, really fucking terrified of them. Which is fair, because if you know anything about praying mantises, you should know that the idea of a praying mantis that's large enough to eat a person is fucking nightmare fuel.
Mortis engine.
The war calls.
Bring it down! Bring it down!
We hunger. Burning your pistols. There, there. Vlad Von
Earn your pay, ogres! Nice about ogres, we could just pay them in zombie corpses.
Mortis engine.
Easy peasy.
Queen of darkness.
Can ogres turn into ghouls from eating corpses? Nope. Nope. Ogres are not affected by the ghoul curse, which is interesting. No, ogres, cannibalism, which technically an ogre eating a person is not cannibalism because they're a different species. But when ogres do eat other ogres, that's a celebrated aspect of their culture. What non-undead faction is the most positive towards vampires? It depends on the vampire, and it depends on who you ask. Generally speaking, there is some new lore that's coming out from Cubicle 7, which, granted, when it comes to, like, Cubicle 7, you're dealing with the roleplay game, so how, like, canonical you consider that is sort of up to you. But there is some, there's some new lore that's been put out by them that talks about that the vampire counts of Sylvania have been making contact with the Chaos Dwarfs, and that the Dwarfs of Zarnagrand have been, like, in talks with the Von Carsteins, which is super fucking terrifying, and super fascinating at the same time. Like, I'm really, really, really curious where that storyline is going, because that could actually be really exciting, in my opinion. Hmm.
Holy Artist 95 cheered. X100. Can you imagine zombies with Dawi's heart armor?
Yeah, it'd be pretty spooky.
I am Vlad.
So the sleeper is not a Trigara? No. The sleeper is a completely different weird thing. Do you think Old World Second Edition will be in 2026? Yes. I would say that is an accurate prediction. Jonathan Scott, thank you for the super chat. So you are saying vampirism gets the sickest gains? I mean, yeah, you're kind of like a bit doomed to go essentially mad at some point. Like, you're gonna run into problems eventually. But you may consider that worth it. In which case, yeah, absolutely. I really want to get Drycha, but she won't come out of her little nest egg, and I mean, I guess I could attack her in there. Her garrison's not that scary. But I would much rather catch her out.
I knew the way.
Okay, so I've got a good mix of Graveguard. I think for right now, I'll take another... Do I want double Blood Knight? Double Blood Knight feels kind of excessive. Yeah, I can go double Blood Knight, it's fine. It's freaking Vlad, I can go double Blood Knight.
To my will. I never tire. I am going.
Yeah, one thing that's actually kind of interesting about Vlad is Vlad actually did not have Blood Knights in his army, really. He had the Drakenhof Templars, which were a unit of Von Carstein vampires that rode on horseback, but actual Blood Knights, which are from the Blood Dragon line, did not join the Vampire Counts of Sylvania until Conrad, because Conrad Von Carstein was actually the one that made contact with the super big bad Blood Dragon Wallach Harkin, and made like an alliance, which is super interesting. Let's see, we have a redeem of name a character, Felix Pepins. There you go. We'll eventually get an army running up for him in a little bit.
Lord of the dead.
You know, I could kill Drycha right now, but let's go get our ring. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go get my ring. Abarash is a legendary hero with Bloodlines DLC. I'm gonna be honest, I don't want Abarash. Hey, Nerd Rage Fred, how you doing? Good to see you, dude. Hawk, can we please get some shoutouts for Nerd Rage Fred? I would appreciate that, thank you. I am very much of the opinion that I am fine with Abarash as like a unique gimmick. Like you have an event about him. I don't really like the idea of him as a playable character.
Mine puppets! Do me this deed. Purge the area of incense, so thy master can collect this warpstone unchallenged. Ha! If my memory serves, then I sought out such material in Mordheim some centuries ago. Halcyon days, when my minions hunted Wieldstone, and the Empire ruins, as it will be at fetch me the head of this Strigoi. I would have this nuisance quashed.
Alright, let's go Strigoi hunting here. I'm gonna let my vampires send the wifey and the vampires to deal with him mainly. Dude, these Graveguard with halberds are actually super fucking scary around Vlad. Like, Vlad's already so hard to kill, but once you have like a good little patch of good anti-large infantry guarding him, he really becomes very spooky. Ogres! I think our goal, once we have the ability to get everything we want, is I think we'll eventually transition the Morngulls and the Black Coach. We'll probably send into a different army. Because I think I want this army to be mostly like Graveguard, auxiliary troops from like Ogres, Empire and stuff, and then like beast units to take advantage of Isabella's stuff.
It shall be done.
What? Excellent!
No one can stop me.
Yes, awake, minions.
Vampire!
You don't need melee attack, fuck you.
Love eternal!
Burning our pistols. Master of the Undead. Kill!
Get rid of the mortis engine, please.
Vampire!
Oop, Tire Pack's not having a good time.
His lady! Bow before thee!
Burning our pistols.
Mortis engine.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Come then, scum.
Nay, nay, nay.
Mortis engine. No. So much death.
I am immortal!
Isn't this guy's gimmick like every time something dies, it like spawns a new unit?
Burning our pistols.
Something like super obnoxious like that?
Burning our pistols.
You go that way.
This way. This will cause
Time.
killing time. Victory is mine. Win, Zappa.
Crossbowman!
It's just difficult to get on him when he keeps like spawning new guys.
Darkness! End them!
Burning our pistols.
We are ready!
Lore of the great.
I need my Black Coach on him so I can get his fire attacks.
Sigma preserve us!
Get him! Get him!
Blood frenzy! Bleed them!
Vlad Von Carstein. Burning our pistols.
Okay, he's appropriately separated now. The character squad should be able to deal with that.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Especially if I do this. Alright, we should be able to circle beat him now. Dire Pack money, I'll go ahead and vamos. Beat him up, beat him up, beat him up!
Vlad Von Carstein.
He's so much health.
Man-eaters.
Ogre, stay out of it. Leave this to the professionals.
Mortis engine.
Okay, he's crumbling now. And we got fire attacks on him, so he's not regenerating as well. Die, bitch!
Vampire! We are the new order! Queen of Darkness!
Come on, black coats, kill him! There we go.
Man-eaters.
Alright, wrap him up, boys! Wrap him up!
Pistols.
Crossbows ready, General!
Mortis engine.
Yes! Fine!
With haste.
Got our damn ring, finally. Oh, we're in the just chatting category? Son of a bitch. I always forget to check that. Thank you, Hawk. Yeah, we need to be better about catching that. Well, thank you, Fred. I appreciate you pointing that out. Loremaster, is there any point to hiring regular vampire lord slash heroes and you have access to bloodline ones? Well, heroes, yes, because the heroes actually perform a different function that they allow you to have more vampires in your army. And they also do heroic actions like give you better replenishment. They can just give you more vampires. The generic vampire lord is useful if you do not, for some reason, want the vampiric bloodline specific ones, or if you run out of the bloodline specific ones. Because you can only have so many. So if you get to the point where you've maxed them all out, but you still have slots, well, then you need the regular ones, because otherwise you're just not gonna have anything, which is kind of a feels bad man situation. So I would say they definitely still have a use. That being said, I would like to see them much better specialized, because what you should be doing with the regular vampires is that they should represent a generic vampire that you can kind of spec into one of the 5 bloodlines, where they're not as like over the top and crazy as the regular ones, but instead come with different benefits or buffs. Let's see. Let's get rid of the Morngul and give me another crossbow unit.
All shall know me and tremble.
Let's get more money. More money. I would like the ability to recruit. See, I could get spirits or... Yeah, let's get this building. White King, you just kind of hang out until I get a second army, which it's not quite time for yet, but we're getting there. I would really like to get a corpse pile in Waldenhof, though I guess for now we can do growth. That's fine. Can I hire necromancers yet? I can, I just don't have the money for it. Dang it. Okay. We're getting there. Okay, Drycha may come attack us now because we're fairly wounded. I'm hoping she comes and attacks us and then we can just beat the shit out of her. Yeah, Bloodline Heroes would be cool. I would not mind Bloodline Heroes. That would spice things up considerably. But yeah, it would be very, very nice for, at minimum, the Lords and Heroes vampires to have, like, a skill tree dilemma. Kind of like, you know how with, like, the Norskin chieftain, you have the dilemma where you can, like, spec him into one of the 4 gods and he gets, like, a couple of unique skills and bonuses? I would do the same thing with the vampires, where you get a set of bonuses depending on which bloodline you spec them into, which allows you to kind of customize them a bit without having to necessarily invest into, like, one of the big lords. All right, I guess I'm just attacking her because I'm not really willing to wait anymore. I'm coming for you, Drycha! Actually, I should attack her friend, is what I should do. So let's hide over here. Because I'd rather attack Traylon to try and lure her out. That would be the smart thing to do. I would also like a necromancer who's gonna start doing steel research for me, since CA fixed the research rate issue. What, are you the author of Retcon Ulrika? What, you mean, oh, who was that? David Geimer, I think? It might have been. I forget who wrote the Ulrika trilogy. It's a good set of books, though. Did that man really just walk around me? The only thing in here I'm genuinely scared of is the tree man. I guess I should do as much damage as I can. If I could kill those archers, that would make me happy. Can I talk about Genevieve? What about her are you asking about? Sail the ship. Do you think it'd be too much to ask for a mechanic where we can recruit mixed bloodline vampires? No, that's kind of what I would recommend using the generic vampire for, is the idea that you could, like, have it be like a weird, because that's like a thing, is that vampires do have, most vampires that are like not early generation vampires tend to have very mixed lineages. Alright, so our goal is to kill the Deepwood scouts. Everything else is kind of meh. Can you explain how the new research extra percent works? Yeah, so basically what you need to know about research now is that in the old system, your research rate bonus did not matter unless you got at least a 100% bonus to research rate. So if, like, you had a hero perform an agent action against a settlement and it was like, oh, he gained plus 30% to your research bonus, that literally did not matter. Because the problem with the old system was that as you would as you invested into research rate, the amount of effort it took to research a tech, if you overdid how much research you needed for that tech, any of the excess research you had done would be wasted. So if you needed, like, let's say 400 points, right? 400 research points to get a tech unlocked. And every turn you're generating 130 points. You go 130, 260, 390, and then what you should have get is 520, right? Because 390 plus 130 is 520. So you should have gotten the 400 points that you needed for the tech, take it out, and then the leftover 120 points applied to your next tech. The problem with the old system was that it did not use your overflow points. So because your research rate was higher, if you over-researched a tech, instead of it giving you a starting bonus to your next tech, it started over at 0. So any over amount that you did would be wasted. So they have fixed that now, where even if you're only getting like 5% bonus research per turn, that helps now. Because when you get to the amount you need for the tech you're researching, instead of the excess just being thrown in the garbage, now it's going to be applied to whatever tech you're working on next. So you're going to start off with a little bonus. So it's going to make researching tech significantly faster if you're someone that tends to use a lot of abilities or whatever to speed up your research rate, which is really, really nice. And we can just speed up time, because no way are we going to be able to beat this fucking, like, this tree man alone, I'm pretty sure could wipe us. But we can at least try and, like, kill the dryads, maybe. Those treekin do not give a fuck. Are there Doulahan and Warhammer Fantasy? I don't know what Doulahan are off the top of my head. How does a vampire end up with a mixed lineage? The way you have a mixed lineage is, like, let's say you get turned into a vampire by a pure Von Carstein, all right? So you are a pure Von Carstein vampire. But then you go on some travels and you end up falling in love with a Lamian vampire. And as you and this Lamian vampire interact, you eventually come to a mutual decision that you are going to give one another the blood kiss. Because receiving the blood kiss from another vampire will make you more powerful, and it will also grant you some powers from that bloodline. So it's going to make you stronger, and you're also going to acquire new abilities and skills. So when you have this exchange of blood with this Lamian, you now have Lamian blood running through you. So you are now a mixed lineage of a Lamian and a Von Carstein. Then, let's say you go on to getting in a big fight with a Strigoi vampire. And you have this big epic battle with a Strigoi, and you end up defeating this Strigoi, and in a desire for more strength or power of a certain sort, or out of desperation, you end up feeding on this Strigoi vampire. So you chow down on this Strigoi and drink and eat, you know, a lot of his blood and yada yada yada. That now has Strigoi blood and Lamian blood and your original Von Carstein blood running through your system. Now you go on and you give the blood kiss to a mortal human. So there's a human that for whatever reason you decide to give them the blood kiss. They now have Von Carstein, Lamian, and Strigoi blood running through their system. They're going to be majority Von Carstein, but there are those tinges those little flavors, accents of Strigoi and Lamian. So there are various ways to acquire additional strength, power, and abilities. That's what makes Manfred von Carstein, undeniably, to be blunt, the most powerful vampire there is. Like, Manfred is the creme de la creme of vampires. And the reason that Manfred is such a big, scary boy is because Manfred invested centuries after his death, where he pretended to die, though Games Workshop may end up changing their mind on that, saying, oh, no, he actually really died. But for right now, he pretended to die, and used the opportunity of everyone thinking he was dead to basically run around and explore the world, which led to him tracking down all of the other bloodlines and acquiring blood kisses from them. A lot of blood kisses. And Manfred even went so far as to try and track down as close to founding vampires as he could. Because the closer you are to a founding vampire, the more powerful you will be. So Manfred essentially went around and gobbled up a shitload of vampires, including a lot of Von Carsteins. Manfred's armor is actually made from a shitload of Von Carstein vampires that he tracked down and killed. And he basically used their essence. He took the ashes of their bodies and used it to forge himself a suit of armor that makes him so tanky and powerful and nasty that it's just silly.
What do you want?
This is actually going to be kind of a spooky fight because I don't have like a good like kill everyone in this area thing. I don't want to fight the treekin out there. I want them to come to me.
Bring us me. That'll do. Me.
Come out here and play with me, treekin. Ogres, get some fiber in your diet.
Missiles will fly.
Got 48 seconds. All right, Blood Knights, get out of there. Ranged units should be able to finish that off. You got 30-ish seconds. All right, crossbows. Make your way back towards me. Ogres should be able to finish him off. Yep. Ogres, you're dismissed. Ogre with pistols, kill her. Oh, here they come. Root me, you rude little shit. Where is she? Vampires, kill Drycha.
Slaughter them.
Okay, dire pack. We need to go around the flank. And get in on these archers to the best of our ability.
All shall perish.
I really wish I had Wind of Death.
For Vlad!
Crossbowman! Hungry!
Bow before me! Bring death!
Vlad Von Carstein! For Sylvania!
Light drives back the dark.
We are the new order!
Loaded, sir.
Wait, is that a full-on... Oh yeah, that's a tree man. Get rid of the tree man. Ooh, we are bleeding troops.
Take it all!
Hurry up, lads! Hurry up, lads!
Drive on the move!
Okay.
Isabella von Carstein!
Still my beating heart.
You gotta keep the mortis engine engaged.
Crossbows ready, General.
Oh, I was like, why is my ammo so low? And then it occurred to me that she used her bullshit, like, oh, you ran out of ammo ability.
Lord of the Dead!
Isabella von Carstein! Blood magic! Find me if you dare!
It shall be so!
Ogres! Where is he? Kill the tree man!
Bring weapons to bear. Pistols will
You nerds, get the hell out of here.
Time for gastromancy!
Oh, Black Coach, get out! Run away, run away, run away! No! Oh, well. It's...
Hungry for blood!
Countess!
Yes!
Dry chest, so scary.
Blood knights!
Don't I have another unit of Blood Knights around here? I do. I got a job for you. Kill those.
For blood keep!
go. Ready.
They're dismissed.
I am darkness!
Vlad Von Carstein! Bring death! Bow before me!
We're winning. Slowly.
Crossbowman. Take the ground.
Honestly, ogre MVPs. Ogres are doing a lot of hard carrying in this battle. So is the mortis engine.
Isabella von Carstein!
Oh my god, bring it down, bring it down!
So be it!
All shall bow before me!
End them! Vampire! I am immortal!
Okay, you need to retreat.
Will.
I am busy!
Oh, we got army losses. Oh, thank God. that was really painful.
Isabella von Carstein!
Run her down.
Money up pistols!
Mortis.
Oh my good God, that was so painful. Having to fight wood elves in a forest because of where they ended up coming on the, they ended up coming out. Because I couldn't, like, not fight them there, because then they would have been able to spread out and surround me, because they had me outnumbered. That was all kinds of painful. Okay, Drake is dead. Okay. Pain! Pain! How strong is Isabella according to the lore? Isabella's pretty powerful. She wasn't she didn't live long enough as a vampire to build up like extreme amounts of power. She wasn't like vampire lord tier power, but she was respectable in strength. Okay, I try to get off some heals to get as much of my soldiers back as I can. Of course, I can't help myself. I like to run thematic armies, so I'm making life more difficult for myself. Because a lot of my army is not undead, it's actually living. Alright, we got our healing caps. Alright. Oof! Yeah, look, the Mortis engine hard carried. 366 kills on the Mortis engine. These new halberds did really well. New halberds, awesome. And good, some of our units did not die, which is cool. Oh nice, I got another student. Can I equip you with a student? I can. Yeah, like, student is going to be amazing now, because it gets you plus 10 research. So, you can see my research right now is at 130. So I just researched a tech, so I got 60 surplus points. Which is nice. What tech am I even... Oh, I just finished a tech. So let's get... I'd really like to make my... let's see. Ooh, more growth is nice. It takes 6 turns, though. I think I want to wait a little bit longer before I do that. Let's make the units that we have in our garrisons a little more reliable. So let's get Risen Standard Bearers for the moment. Make our skeletons a little better. Nice. Get an Assault Garrison there. Von Carstein. Mesmerizing Aura. Nice. That gives us some big debuff buffs. Let's grab Ravening Beast. And you can take Dark Benediction. Hell yeah. Gives us sexy leadership buff to all nearby undead, which is cool. And then let's pick up Grave Ward to make you a little more resistant to shooting. I will pick up a unit of direwolves, and let's grab. Oh, you know what? Give me Fellbats and some zombies to flesh out my army as we take the fight to the Griffinwood proper. Warhammer Lore is pretty awesome. Would you care to share some more of it, please? Oh yeah. Do you have anything in particular you'd like to hear about? Students should be renamed for vampires. I mean, should it? I mean, a student being, like, lured into the vampires and, like, wanting to study under them and learn from them, I don't think is that crazy. I mean, you could change it, but, like, you're kind of just creating more work for yourself. It's not necessary, so I don't think it's, like, completely needed. Hey Daniel, thanks for the kind words. Good to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well.
Awake, minions.
Awaiting orders!
Man-eaters! When do we eat?
Man-eaters, why don't y'all take it easy, because I don't want y'all to die. Actually, you know what? You can be part of like a little group that will hide over here to try and jump on that objective. Direwolves will hide here to hopefully jump on that objective. Zombies, you can kind of be here in this mess to try and create some confusion.
Bow before me. Very well.
Ronald's aid! We're ready!
Flanking groups, go, 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 go!
Glorious death.
Burning your pistols!
You want to have a shooting contest, elves? Let's have a shooting contest!
I am busy.
You'll love to see it. Archers!
We obey!
Agreed. For blood. We are the new order.
Oh, they got spears. Oh, thank you.
The more cold!
Those elves are just getting obliterated by bullets. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it.
Vlad Von Carstein. Darkness reigns. Follow the Morse call.
Alright, you nerds go capture that for me. I have superior shooting to a wood elf army. This is hilarious.
It is done.
It is time. Beautiful decay.
Tribe on the move. Early Earth.
Their time has come.
Tribe needs
Turn and fire, lads!
issue in the trough.
Hop, 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 hop.
Take it all.
Amazing.
Let's go, boys.
Vampire. Blood magic.
For the more.
For the more! Ricky Chapman, if you were to return to a vampire in the Warhammer world, what bloodline would I be? As much as I hate to admit it, I would almost certainly be a Necrarch. As much as I would rather be like a Lamian or a Von Carstein, because I would get to be social and not a grotesque, disgusting gremlin creature, I would definitely end up being a Necrarch, because I'm too obsessed with, like, wanting to know everything. Vlad and Manfred never knew each other in the... No. Manfred and Vlad were together for a crazy long time. I mean, Manfred has a famous quote from the lore that says... Manfred has a quote that goes... while I am... I think he said, while Vlad did not love me the most, for I'm sure that honor goes to Isabella,
King of
he did love me the longest. Because Manfred had been with Vlad as basically his son for an incredibly long time. Like, insanely long time. I mean, those two were wandering around together for centuries upon centuries. I mean, Vlad loved Manfred like a son, for good reason. You know, they had a very paternal relationship, which kind of makes Manfred's betrayal of Vlad all the more kind of heartbreaking in many ways. David Whitfield, thank you so much for the super chat. Good morning. Happy All Hallows Eve to all. Ah, my favorite lord. Hail Vlad, lord of all vampires. Oh, the Doula Hunter Headless Horseman. Yeah, they're headless horseman type
On
figures.
thine knees. Then and only then shall I hear thine words.
No. Drycha, you are a threat to my new empire. You cannot be allowed to live. White King making himself useful.
All shall know me and tremble.
Okay, I can drop the fell bats.
Vlad Von Carstein.
I would like, and the zombies.
The Von Carstein. I am blood. Bend to my will.
That's an expensive repair.
Cram.
Oh, pfft. Dumbass necromancer. Yeah, look at the Empire.
Approach and make your offer, but I make no.
Yeah, you're knowing who your daddy is.
A minion of Von Carstein dares to come before me.
Yeah, you're gonna be mine.
Approach as friend and make.
I'm gonna vassalize all you little shits. The Western provinces. Well, Vlad did have a good relationship with Grand Cathay.
From my experimentation.
Sure, why not? And I am comfortable being friends with the ogre. Though not yet. I don't really want to go to war with them because I like my mercenary units. But I also don't want to, like, befriend them, I think. I think I'll keep them at a wary distance.
I never fail.
What kind of undead being would I be if I could choose? I would probably choose to be a master necromancer. I would rather not be a vampire, because being a vampire comes with some pretty horrific... Well, I don't know. That's tough. Like, there are some really bad things that come with being a vampire, in the sense of that, like, your soul is, like, forever kind of disconnected from the ether, but that can also be a good thing depending on how you look at it. So I don't know, that's kind of tricky, to be honest. David Whitfield, GW never gave a reason why Manfred betrayed Vlad, but it is the basis for his later betrayals in the end times. Yeah, well, I mean, there is a reason. Which ultimately boils down to... Oh, Coadel, hello.
Did Vlad ever get chased by Collider?
Not that I'm aware of, no. He might have, but I don't think he did. But the... Do any of these... Oh, yeah, I want infiltrate noble houses, actually. For my plans. Yeah, let's go for that now, because I would very much like the ability to make other factions nice to me.
I have maimed others for less. The Von Carstein.
That's fine. But the main reason Manfred betrays Vlad is due to ambition. Manfred's driving force at the core of his nature is that he wants to be in charge. He wants to be the power figure. He wants to be the one that controls all the strings. And very similar to the rationality of why he does what he does during the end times. Excuse me. Manfred was convinced that if he did not attempt to stop Vlad, then Vlad would ultimately be successful in his designs to take over the Empire. And if he was successful in his designs to take over the Empire, that would mean that Manfred would be trapped under him for all of time. Like, Manfred would be eternally subservient to his father in darkness. Which for Manfred and his personal ambitions is a nightmare scenario. Like, to him, that is like a worst case scenario type thing. Now, whether or not you think Manfred is smart or stupid for feeling that way is, you know, up to you. But that is ultimately how he kind of felt about it. How's the new Ogre Mercenary system? It's nice to have more options. And I got some really nice man-eaters with Vlad, which is really cool. I don't like all these stompy tree people in my space.
King of darkness and night.
Bye. Oh, look at that! Chat! We got one of the new unique items. Aldred's Casket of Sorcery. The ability to trap the winds of magic provides immense opportunity, be it for good or bad. The winds of magic in this province will be set to the lowest possible level upon turn start. It also gives -2 control in the province, +5 experience gain for the character wielding it, and plus 20% miscast chance for all enemy wizards. I do not want that anywhere near Vlad. I do not want that anywhere near Vlad. Just nukes my winds of magic? No thank you. Cool story. No thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. That's actually very funny to me. No, it's not unusable for my faction. It's unusable on that particular army. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a regular necromancer hero and send him to harass people and steal technology for me. And he's gonna carry it so that in the areas he's in, the winds of magic get nuked from orbit. Because he also gets bonus experience, which means he'll level up faster. Dude, on dwarfs, that item would be like S tier. That'd be so good on dwarfs. Yeah, corn. Well, actually, for corn, it's not that great. Because with corn, you do want to have high winds of magic where your army is. Because that gives you, army buffs. What happens to a vampire when they die? In the void. From their perspective, everything goes black. And they cease to be. They're gone. Into the abyss. Until something awakens them. If something ever does.
All shall know me and tremble.
I really wish I could have made it to that caravan. I would have loved to have grabbed it, but...
Who shall we destroy? Raise it to the ground.
Yay! Stealing tech. Nice.
Yes.
I really want to get Sylvanian handgunners. But this requires 12 blood kisses? Oh, but I want the diplomacy buff with Empire. So yeah, let's wake up Alamian.
Devourer of light.
Loremaster of Sotek, do vampires still just die in Age of Sigmar? Yes. There is not an afterlife for vampires. They die until they're brought back.
Greenskins to my door.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll be friends with Azhag. Because I know the dwarfs aren't going to like me. My goal is to vassalize Empire, nerds. Maybe I'll force vassalize some of Kislev. But I want Kislev City for myself.
King.
Where'd Drycha go? Oh, there she is. Beethoven is mine! We have quality pottery now!
Bow before me.
I will not betray you.
Ugh, I wish I had more money.
Darkness comes.
Those beastmen are going to be a problem, but all things in good time. Averland's destroyed. Well, that's no fun. You cannot permanently kill a vampire? No. Not through any normal methods. The only entity that I think would have a realistic chance of permanently killing a vampire is Nagash.
Treat me with the respect I deserve. Oh,
Yeah, I'm not being friends with Drycha. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can beat Drycha. Is she really just gonna sack the Griffinwood? She's not gonna take it back? That forest bitch be crazy, I tell you. Which undead characters from Fantasy / the Old World would you like to see come back and get a model in Age of Sigmar? And why is Cetra on that list? I'm gonna be honest, I don't want Cetra to come back. I understand why for Age of Sigmar, because I want Cetra to just focus on being a big badass in Fantasy in the Old World. I understand why some people might want him, but I think it's better to let him like focus on being the big King of Kings we all know and love in the setting he's meant for, instead of being the King of Kings in a new setting where he would have a really awkward fit, in my opinion. Like I just don't think he would be happy there. That being said, a character that I would like to see brought to AOS from Fantasy, who I think would excel in AOS, because they would be able to go whole hog with him and not have to worry about being reasonable with him and could just let him be like an S-tier badass, for me, would be Abarash. I think Abarash in Age of Sigmar would be absolutely incredible, because he could be everything we want him to be and so much more, instead of having to kind of play second fiddle instead of having to be like a much more grounded background character. He could just be absolutely fucking insane. And be just like a super badass ass-kicking wartark, which would be really neat. And I mean, they've talked about him in Age of Sigmar. They haven't done anything with him yet, but they have talked about him.
unstoppable. The Von Carstein.
Yes, plunder the it will be as dust this night.
Yes, good. Steal more tech. So now my research rate is 173 points per turn. Much better. It's speeding up.
Courtesy is a sure sign of good breeding. Welcome.
Oh. Okay, I need to hurry up and wrap things up with Drycha because I got ogres coming at me. "10,000 ants. How would a paralyzed orc shaman be treated? He would probably be killed and eaten by other greenskins. Very, very, very quickly. Because he probably would not have a reasonable way to defend himself, and despite the fact that greenskins are usually pretty wary about killing shamans, I think that level of weakness would get him killed by some kind of rival or creature rather quickly. I mean, it's very likely he would just get eaten by something. Life in greenskin culture is pretty rough, to be honest. It is not for the faint of heart or the crippled.
Yes. Destroy. I have.
This is very interesting.
Okay, you're at war with the dwarfs. I don't want to court that just yet, so I'm not going to get involved. Karen assassination against Reichland. Banshee, go. Oh, Scrag is like up in my shit. Great. Okay, so I'll need to march down there as fast as I can. More money. Dad needs money. I need income, please. We need to get a second lord here soon. You assault units. Okay, I was hoping you would slow units down, but yeah, sure. Oh, you know what? You could stand where Scrag is. Oh, nice. Good success. You can stand where Scrag is and drain the winds of magic out of him. Yeah, look at that. Scrag's got no magic, and this necromancer's just gonna follow him around and keep sucking the winds of magic out of the air. Hell yeah, brother. David, what is the reason Vlad did not return in Age of Sigmar, but Manfred the Betrayer did? Makes no sense to me lore-wise. I wouldn't say that there's, like, a fast and easy explanation. Like, there's not, like, a this is why. It just because Games Workshop, that's the reason they just chose to do it that way. I imagine GW just considered Vlad to very much be a Warhammer Fantasy character, and not someone that they wanted to focus on bringing back in Age of Sigmar, probably because they felt that his story was kind of done, and they had told the tale they wanted to do with him, and they, for whatever reason, GW just decided, I guess, that Manfred was more interesting, and that they wanted to continue with his character. Now, you may think that's dumb, but that's... I wouldn't really say there's a lore reason as much as that's just the way that it played out, because that's just how GW felt about it. Alright, I want the ogres to come to me. Oh my god, I misclicked like 5 times. Lost my charge bonus and got eaten alive. Come play in the woods with me where you take a penalty because you're big. Protect our rear. Sarmalian Bloodweaver, thank you so much for the super chat. Any room in Age of Sigmar for Death God competitions in Nagash? Yes, there is. I imagine it's something they'll do at some point. Because the thing about Nagash that's interesting, Nagash is not the true god of death. He is an usurper. Nagash was essentially kind of an outsider god that came in and started devouring all of the other death gods until he was basically all that was left. So he went out of his way to basically force the situation in his favor. So there is precedent and a logical rival or enemy to be found from some other death god that Nagash had believed already defeated, returning and challenging Nagash. What happened to Archon the Black? Archon the Black's still around. Archon is one of Nagash's Mortarchs in Age of Sigmar. The current Mortarchs for Nagash are Archon the Black, Manfred Von Carstein, Neferata, and then his new Mortarchs are Ushoran, who we know from fantasy, but got like a new mini and like is really cool looking shit. Then Katakros, which Katakros is kind of like Cetra, except for if Cetra was loyal to Nagash. He's very similar to Cetra in a lot of ways. And then you have Lady Elinder, who Lady Elinder is one of my favorite characters in all of Age of Sigmar, who is a big, terrifying, banshee, grief ghost lady. Why is Nagash obsessed with death magic and not others? Because Nagash believes that control over life and death, or control over everything, will have death as its most important feature. That at the end of the day, all things die. And so if he is in control of death, then ultimately he will be in control of everything by the end. All things die. And so, by that logic, all things will sooner or later show up on Nagash's plate, so long as he controls that, where you land, so to speak. So he sits there, eager and waiting, as the big spooky finale. Of course, the irony with Nagash being that he doesn't necessarily realize that deep down his philosophy about all things will die technically sort of includes him, but I don't think he's ever really thought about it that far. How would I do the Banshee Scream in Total War? I would make the Banshee Scream an AoE like Wind Blast, where you... Oh, look at that! Caravan of the Blue Roses. The Liber Noctis, an ancient text copied directly from the scrolls of Nehekara, has gone missing from our vaults. Such precious knowledge in the hands of a rival lich will strengthen his power and weaken our own designs. That's really cool. That's a nice call over to Gor's storyline. Because Gor's got the Liber Noctis, which is his book where he learns necromancy from. He got it from Manfred von Carstein as like a gift to help him with his necromancy. So that's cool. I like that. I dig that.
Who shall we raise it to the ground?
Okay, be better at stealing technology. These ogres are annoying. They must be stomped out. See, if I wait one more turn, I can get a level 4 Drakenhof, so I think I will wait.
What? It will be as dust.
I hope Neferata comes to Total War Warhammer. I would be willing to bet a very pretty penny that Neferata will come to Total War Warhammer. I would be willing to bet a significant amount of money. Tarek should return in Age of Sigmar. Khorne should bring him back like he did Valkia. Demon Bull Tarek would be crazy. Also, Khorne needs a Beastman champion right now since Beastman got decimated. Yeah, I'm curious what they're gonna do with that. As far as like how to bring people back, or who they want to bring back. I mean, Khorne does have a new special character coming up, which is Corkus Cool, who just ascended to Demon Princehood. Tarex would be interesting. I would not mind Tarex in AOS, but I don't know how much AOS we're gonna see as far as Beastmen are concerned. Because, like, them being removed is a pretty big deal that we haven't really gotten to see the full ramifications of yet. Scrag, you big bitch, get out of my territory.
The world will drown in blood.
Your wish, master.
Yeah, you just keep an eye on things. Well, the Empire's struggling against them.
Cathay wishes no ill upon them. Agreed.
I mean, I'll take Kislevites allies. I'm not going to say no to that.
Yes?
It's too bad the Red Duke died already, but all things a good time. I wasn't really necessarily planning to go like full good guy campaign, but it's starting to really look that way, isn't it? Okay, I do want Vlad to be a really good fighter. I don't need Storm of Night yet because we're not really fighting any flying people. So let's go ahead and grab... Yeah, but being a good general is also really helpful. Yeah, let's get Quick Blood. Let's make sure Vlad is like a properly good duelist before we do anything else super crazy. Aiden, Vlad was one of the very first named characters in Warhammer. Predated Nagash, predated Skaven being separated from Beastman, is the OG undead character. Yeah, I think Kimmler might be a bit earlier if I remember, though Kimmler's not technically undead. Maybe? I'm not 100% sure about that, because I know Kimmler is, like, insanely ancient.
A wise act. Destroy.
Von Drachen of the Amethyst College.
How about I join your war against the Beastmen? Actually, if I join your war, will you join my war? You will join my war against the ogres. Okay, cool. Elspeth, we have an accord.
I am unstoppable. Blood!
Oh no, I'm an idiot. I accidentally used my growth. Damn it. Get our defenses up and running.
Your wish, master. Destroy.
Ah, nice. We got Deceitful. Hell yeah. More research points. White King, I just want you to kind of keep an eye on this Kislevites army over here. Banshee. Aw, come on. Don't fail me, honey. Baby girl, come on.
Not betray.
Need a second army to catch him? No, I won't. Elspeth got him. Elspeth's got it under control.
Bow! Massacre them. Very well. It is done.
Hello, Mr. Ogre. I don't like you on my turf. I would deeply appreciate it if you would fuck all the way right off.
Move.
And you know what? I don't care enough about that right now. That's very expensive. I would rather have my heroes stealing technology where possible.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Oh, I messed up. That hero is ruining the winds of magic for me. Ah! I should have gotten him further away. Boris von Raukov. Oh, come on. Assassinate somebody. Let's go. David, prefer now playing Vlad as more savior of the Empire. In time style has more of a challenge given all the good guys fear. Yeah, it's fun. I'm glad that they've made it where you can do it pretty easily without it being... It's not like balls bustingly hard. Like, I had a harder time manipulating Grombrindal with Malekith than I am having with Vlad and the Empire factions.
The world drowned in blood.
You're not getting away from me.
Them death.
Cancel that for now.
This will be fatal.
I hate when my heroes critically fail. It's always such a shitty feeling.
Raise it to the ground.
Elspeth's gonna have some explaining to do to the colleges. Yeah, but I mean Elspeth, to be fair, is not actually beholden to the colleges of magic. Elspeth is a ship that runs to her, sails to her own waves, which is why Gelt is actually like relatively nervous about her. Like a lot of the colleges of magic do not trust Elspeth von Draken, because although she graduated from the colleges, she deliberately keeps them at a very arm's length, which they are not happy about.
Champion of the dark.
You know, they want her under their thumb, and she does not like to play ball.
All shall know me and tremble.
Come here, you big bitch. Do I think they'll release Grand Cathay for the old world? Yes. I 100% think that is going to happen without a shadow of a doubt, in my opinion. Yes, 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 and more yes. Let's see. That's a lot of ogres. Good thing I also brought my own.
Isabella von Carstein.
I think I kind of want to put Isabella on foot so her and Vlad can like fight back to back. I feel like that's gonna feel more like appropriate. Graveguard to counter Noblars,
Von Carstein.
and then Halberds to counter Ogre Boys. And then we'll do Man-Eaters. I kind of want my army to be more, like, narrow, I think. Let them come to me. That way my Mortis engine can do work. Blood Knights, get to work.
Their time has come.
Bring death!
Crossbows ready, General.
Mortis engine.
I am darkness.
Let's debuff some Iron Guts.
For Sylvania.
Oop. Ah, there we go. Jesus. I had too much going on in my sinuses. That is much better. I can breathe.
All shall bow before me.
We are the new order.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Run them down, lads. Run them down.
Munchum.
Mortis engine. An ancient power is rising.
Vampire. Queen of darkness. I ascend. Yes, good. Die. Isabella von
Hey, Loremaster, do you have to know what the grave Sinistals are? Also, what do you think of adding Jedblood in the future? Worth it? I do think having Jade-blooded vampires would be worth it. However, I will also admit that I would prefer them in a very particular form that not a lot of people necessarily agree with. And that I very much want Jade-blooded vampires to show up as the new addition to the Vampire Coast. Like, I want Chinese zombie pirates to be the new addition to the Vampire Coast roster, with their units based on Chinese undead creatures, and also that really super badass lady from Chinese history who became like a super famous pirate queen, and she was such a badass that China couldn't even actually deal with her. They had to bribe her into retirement because that was the only way they could deal with her. Which I'm just like, goddamn, that sounds fucking awesome. I do not want them in the vampire counts. I feel like the vampire counts are really bloated as is, because 5 bloodlines is a lot for a single faction. So I don't want them as vampire counts. I want them as Vampire Coast, because Vampire Coast doesn't have any really easy DLC. Vampire Coast, like, as it currently stands, with like, oh, zombie, like Western zombie pirates with vampires, they feel done. Like, I don't really think there's anything super easy to add to them. But if you decide to twist, oh, well, the Jade-blooded vampires are going to add to them, and bring in like really exotic forms of new undead, with a Jade-blooded vampire pirate queen, then we're talking. Then we're talking. Is the Black Curse worth using now? Yes. I mean, I think it's always been pretty worth using, but it's very good now. AOS side of things, are there any other bloodlines still around? So Age of Sigmar has a different understanding of bloodlines, in that they come from a much more complex series of sources, rather than it being like the very neat, nice and clean, like, oh yeah, they all are from like this one incident, and they all like tie back very heavily to Nagash and yada yada yada. You have stuff where there's like wolf vampires which is the what is that bloodline called? The Vos. It starts with a V. It's the V something. Vostargi, but Vostagi. But there's a wolf bloodline. There's also the monstrous bloodline, which is very heavily about like vampires that turn into big, giant, terrifying. Oh, Virkos. That's right, the Virkos bloodline. So yeah, you got the Virkos. Oh my God, the Changeling actually is like unleashing Zinchian legions. That's pretty interesting.
Come then. Only Sigma's god. Affirmative.
I feel like I'm gonna be unsuccessful in vassalizing any of these empire factions without force. Not because I can't do it, but because they're getting their asses handed to them so badly that I'm not gonna be able to do it before they just die. We got 4 turns till I can upgrade Drakenhof. Alright. Okay, but at least the ogre problem is now under control, so that's good. So now I can go deal with the beastman problem north of us. And then after that, I probably need to take care of the dwarfs of Zufbar. Because those dwarfs are making me a tad bit... Well, I guess actually the dwarfs haven't really done anything to move against me, have they? No, they don't like me, but they don't hate me. Unfortunately, the greenskins seem to not be doing that great, so... All things in good time. But let's go deal with this problem. I also need to get these ogres dealt with, because I don't like them owning a settlement. Even though I appreciate their mercenaries. Gosh darn it. I'm tempted to join Kislev's war against the Skaven. Because I might be able to get a good relationship. But I think I'd rather fight Kislev and bully them under my control. But all things a good time. Woman, are you for real? That's like your 5th attempt. Why do you need that many vassals? It's the principle. It's the principle of the matter. How can I be the emperor if there's only one human faction? I want as many as possible. Oh, that's unfortunate. Kimmler's dead. Well, that means I don't have beef with Franz anymore.
Vlad Von Carstein.
There we go. Yoink.
All shall know me and tremble.
Come then. Who calls?
I am making some weird friends, though. Got like Skaven and dwarfs looking at me like, oh, he seems pretty cool. Red Fury, there we go.
This will be fun.
Okay, I want Mordheim to be like super well defended, so we're gonna get an awakened battlefield there. A lot of my heroes have putzed out for a bit. I've got 2 turns till Drakenhof upgrade, so let's save our money for now. I guess we can repair the moot. That's fine. Another Wolfram question. My players are in Kislev. and have agreed to go on a quest for the Tsarina to forge an alliance. What other things should I do in Kislev to flesh it out? Since it was Hell-thing, I was thinking Ostankia, but I don't know exactly how the interactions should play out. So the thing with Ostankia, Ostankia would be great for a Halloween theme. The thing you have to remember with Ostankia is a boogeyman of sorts. In that Ostankia very much represents an idea of... The big thing with Ostankia is you're dealing with an entity that has extremely strict rules, where she believes that there are specific ways to deal with and handle situations, and that you must follow those rules. And if you don't follow the rules, then you deserve to be punished. And by punished, she means she is going to wipe you off the face of the earth. So think of it in terms of you're dealing with a boogeyman who, if you follow the rules, she will not harm you and will allow you to live, to pass through her lands without being attacked or molested. In like in the sense of the word of like being interfered with. But if you disobey these rules that you do not know, then she will kill you or try to kill you in a deeply horrific fashion to make an example out of you. So your goal, essentially, is to try and put your players into a situation where they're desperately trying to discover what are the unspoken rules of Mother Ostankia. What are we supposed to have to figure out to avoid her wrath? How do we do it? Which plays up the horror element. So what you can have going on is that they encounter people who are not obeying the rules. These people they encounter do something that angers Ostankia and causes her to lash out against them, and your players are trying to figure out what it is. Like, the thing you want to make clear is that it's impossible for them to kill Mother Ostankia. She is an immortal force more than anything. They do not have any chance in hell at actually killing her. The best they can hope for is escaping alive. Or maybe even impressing her in some fashion, though that would be difficult. And using that kind of as your guiding light. Okay, I could attack Zufbar now. Yeah, I think now we lash out at Zufbar. I think that's the smart thing to do at this point.
I shall go.
Because that gives us someone we can bully. Oh, that plus 25 research rate is kind of sexy. But I'm gonna resist. I'm gonna resist because I really want the diplomacy buff with human factions. Also, we have our first human servants. Clan Angrund wants to be friends.
I stand strong behind a shield of defiance.
Yeah, I'm alright with that. I think I'm aiming to have more good guy allies than bad guy allies. Trade with Queek. No, I don't think I want to trade with Queek Head Taker. Thanks, game. Alright, so next turn we should be able to upgrade Drakenhof. Yes, good. But I am going to purge the mountains of Zufbar, because he doesn't have any friends. So I'm going to take advantage of his lack of friends and punch him in the face. What happens to Granny at the end time? She didn't exist yet. Games Workshop had not created the character, so there was no story to tell. Sadly. Yeah, you don't have any allies. Which means I can hurt you. And nobody's coming to save you.
Never.
Could Morger have lesser demons? Theoretically, yes, he could, because he is pretty specifically stated to be a god. So having demons, so to speak, or spirits or entities within the ether that are associated with him is quite likely. How's the new unit? Awesome. The new Graveguard, they're fucking incredible. Extremely durable lads.
Missiles will fly!
Shots out, boys! Many a pistol! Many good!
Alright, lads. Lads!
We thirst! Vlad Von Carstein!
Oh, I forgot to put Isabella back on foot. Okay, I'll remember that next fight.
In your thrall.
Crossbows ready, General! Everywhere is death. Mortis engine.
I will! Undead knights! You dare! Vlad Von Carstein! We hunger! Man-eaters!
Still my beating heart.
All shall perish!
Let's begin, shall we?
Excellent.
Come take all these archers out.
Ready as!
Loaded, sir!
No one can stop me!
Isabella von Carstein. For blood.
All ranged people, shoot them.
I am the
Oh, nice! I can buff man-eaters. Hell yeah!
Blood knights! Warlock!
Countess.
Yes? Darkness reigns!
Death comes for the dwarven realms.
Crossbowman!
Die! Biggest in the tribe! Lord of the Great North! Vlad Von Carstein! The word is mine!
His lady.
Good work, lads!
Isabella von Carstein.
Alright, mop them up.
Death to the living.
Time restraint cheer. AX200. It is time, my lord. Channel the wind of Azir and don the crown of tinfoil. Speak your prophecies.
Son, thank you for the super chat. She's like the Lady of Pain or Kane. You try to fight them, it's an automatic, you lose. Oh, for Mother of Stankia? Yeah, I agree.
Many a pistol!
A tinfoil hat thing, you say?
Tremble, mortals.
I'm trying to think if there's anything
Knights!
I have not said in recent times
Vlad
that's deranged enough to count for that.
I will!
Surely, Sotek, you can think of something. Oh, no, we're not going to catch them. They're too far.
Isabella
See, I've had enough word vomit about my my conspiracy about Warhammer 4. So I'm not going to bring that back up. I've barked up that tree enough. Why is she... Okay, there she goes. I was like, why is she struggling so hard to kill that one dude? Why chase them down? It's a settlement battle. Because the more people you chase down at the end of a battle, the more captives you get, which means that you can get better like healing and stuff if I end up doing the heal option. I don't remember if vampire counts even have a heal option. But really, I was actually getting a moment to get my guys in position so I can drop some fat heals. Because Daddy wants troops back. All right, here's a tinfoil hat thing for you. Prophecy. I have heard, and I genuinely believe, but I have heard that, and one of the reasons that I feel the tiniest bit confident, just the smallest little thing about like Total War Warhammer 4 being an actual thing that could theoretically happen is that from what I have heard of, you know, knowing people in certain places and asking the right questions at the right time and yada yada yada, is that Games Workshop has a goal of that for Warhammer the Old World. They want to, in either the second edition or an edition that comes very quickly after that, they very much want to have a new theater of war open up to bring a lot of exciting new factions to the game.
I will not betray. It will be...
So things like the Naga of Koresh, the Kingdoms of End, etc., etc.
Vlad Von Carstein.
The question for me is whether they're gonna do that fast enough that they're willing to share that information with Creative Assembly, so that we could get a Warhammer 4 focused on that same Eastern theater that Games Workshop, according to what I've heard, is going to be turning their attention to. Now, do I think that's likely? No, I never think anything's likely. But is it possible? Well, anything's possible. Anything's possible, chat. I want a Warhammer 4. I want it so bad. Come on, CA. Every time CA tries to do something that's not Total War Warhammer, they end up losing money. Just focus on what you're good at. just stay in that Total War Warhammer pocket. Stay in the pocket, damn you. I was wondering, is the Hobgoblin Khanate an actual functioning nation with a leader? Yes, but it doesn't have borders. So it's not a standard nation in that there's no borders. There's no, like, you have entered Hobgoblin Khanate lands. They are a nomadic nation because where they live within the Eastern Steppes and the Southern Chaos Waste is a very, very, mostly just the Eastern Steppes. is an exceedingly dangerous place. Where the only way you can really functionally stay alive is to keep moving and to never stop. And that's what they do. They keep moving and never stop. Which allows them to stay ahead of the worst that that region has to offer.
Vlad Von Carstein.
So, but are they functionally a nation with like hundreds of thousands, if not more, hobgoblins constantly roaming around with enough power to actually challenge the forces of chaos that move through those lands? Yes. Yes, they are. They're very spooky.
Lord of the Dead. Very well.
Yes! Good!
All shall perish.
Doom comes for Zothbar.
Noble of the night! Yes!
Master of the Undead. Victory is mine. Bloodlines. State troops ready.
Isabella von Carstein! Excellent!
Missiles at the ready!
Eat them all, my sweet pups. Eat them all.
Blood's nights for Blood King. No one can stop me.
Mortis engine.
I am immortal! End them! Blood magic! Bow before me! Agreed!
What would you do if you had to invent a Demon Prince of Tzeentch, as there never was one that was very relevant to tabletop and lore? I mean, I would just sit down and try to bust out an interesting story that hasn't been told yet.
Darkness.
Which shouldn't be that crazy hard to do. You know, I would just invest well into trying to create a character that has some kind of unique flair, tells a story that maybe hasn't been told yet, but is still like recognizably and uniquely
Would you
Tzeentchian.
play Dark Deeds with your tutor's mate's brother?
Would I play Dark Deeds with your VTuber mate's brother? Yes, I would love to. Unfortunately, there isn't currently like an online version yet, so it would be a little funky. Because generally speaking, I would want to use something like Tabletop Sim. But yeah, I love playing board games. Playing board games on Tabletop Sim is like super fucking fun, in my opinion. It's great. I love it.
Vlad Von Carstein.
I am darkness!
Poor Barrendon.
Order of the Blood Dragon. This world is mine. It shall be so.
Too little, too late, old dwarf.
For Sylvania! Queen of darkness!
Vlad Von Carstein.
Well, just stand there and kill as many as you can. No survivors! Or at least minimal survivors!
At once! Blood magic! We are
Come on,
the
shoot
new
the damn thing!
order. Von Carsteins are the true emperors!
Good grief.
Bow before me!
Isabella von Carstein!
I am busy.
Is he like stuck in a rock? What's happening here?
Vampire!
There we go. There we go. Popped his head right off. What's my favorite tabletop game? My favorite tabletop game is Spirit Island. Spirit Island is fucking awesome. It's basically a game where every player gets a board and you connect them all together to make an island, and every player gets to play these really from a very big list of crazy awesome gods, and your goal is to work together to basically chase off enemy or people from European nations that are attempting to settle your island. To like settle and pollute and corrupt it and yada 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 yada. So you get to play as a bunch of just pissed off gods that are just destroying people left and right, and it's actually super fun. Very, very highly recommend it. It's actually a standalone game on Steam, and also on mobile, so like you can play it on your phone, and it actually is pretty good on there. But it also has a really good tabletop sim version, which is super duper nice. And then there's yeah, then like the like I said, the main game, which is pretty cool.
King of Darkness.
Okay, why don't you start learning shadow magic? And I'm going to not. I'm gonna drag this out. Ooh, the Black Periapt. Hell yeah, there's an item.
Lord of the Night.
Slap that on Isabella.
The Von Carstein.
And let's grab Curse of the Revenant, because the more health I have, the more healing cap I get. And you're gonna learn Pendulum. I'm gonna just smash down the doors of Zufbar and take all their goody money.
I am unstoppable. Bow.
Because the things dwarfs are best for is taking all their precious gold. They don't need it. They barely use the stuff. They just sit on it like misers. The greedy little bastards. I'm very tempted to get a Balefire Brazier up going there. Why you gotta suck at stealing technology, huh?
Down those lizard trinkets.
I will have all the trinkets! Rescue? Hell yeah. Good job. I want you to go harass Skaven. Keep them, let's keep those Skaven honest, shall we?
Why do you cling to unlife?
I
You
think
belong in Moor's embrace.
I'm gonna end up beating the crap out of Elspeth, because I don't think she's gonna submit to me willingly.
Approach and make your up.
Whereas Midland, I feel like Midland I can get under my thumb.
I will
And
listen,
Nordland.
but my time is short. A minion of Von
We do have Stirland under our control, which is nice.
Oh, the boss.
I kind of want to have the tree hammers under my control too.
Yes.
But I don't like them having that settlement. Decisions. We should probably go ahead and get peace with Scrag so I don't have to deal with his bullshit.
Yes.
Just let him deal with Elspeth. I don't want to deal with him right now.
Cower before me.
What we got going on in what do I yeah, I think a Balefire Brazier would actually be really good here, because then we can start like infesting a lot of surrounding territory with corruption. That'll be good. That'll be good. Sticks and Stones, thank you so much for the super chat. Seeing this destruction of Zopbar makes me wonder, do the dwarves have some good battles with the vampire counts in the lore? Seems like a lot of potential on how close they are. Yes, actually. The most famous battle between the dwarves and the vampires was when Zufbar, after Conrad attacked a bunch of dwarves of Zufbar, there was actually a number of big battles between Zufbar and Conrad von Carstein under, you know, the authority of after like they had some back and forths, and two big fights happened. The first big fight was that the king of Zufbar at the time actually marched out and led a large throng against the forces of the led a large force against the vampire counts, and Conrad saw him coming, but had actually recently made an alliance with the blood dragons of Bloodkeep, the blood knights of Bloodkeep. So he basically turned to his new buddy, Walla Karkin, who is one of the most powerful vampires in the setting, because he's the most powerful relevant blood dragon. He was directly turned by Abarash a super fucking long time ago. And basically Conrad turned to him and was like, hey, I nominate you to be my champion, go kill this dwarf king. And so, sure enough, Walla Karkin rode out there and butchered the king of Zufbar. It was horrible. And the dwarves were like, holy shit, like, this is really bad. And they fled the field. Then the dwarves got their revenge. And the big moment for the dwarves was a battle called the Night Siege of Tempelhof, where Castle Tempelhof had a really, really nasty vampire ally of Conrad's in it, by the name, I can't remember if she was Conrad's ally or Manfred's. It might have been Manfred's ally, but Countess Emmanuel was in there, not to be confused with the Empire Countess Emmanuel. And she unleashed a ritual spell over Tempelhof that basically made it where for miles around Tempelhof and everything, so she cast a bubble over the castle of Tempelhof and everything around it that basically drenched it in eternal night. So there was no light at all. You couldn't see shit. But the dwarfs, being dwarfs, instead of being like, oh no, we can't see anything, it's all darkness, I guess we'll have to fall back till later, the dwarfs went, fuck this bitch, let's get her. And they marched into it, and they fought the Night Siege, where the entirety of the siege, which lasted for a good bit... oops, that was Oakenhammer. Oh well. Which lasted for a good bit, was fought in complete darkness. And the dwarfs won. They managed to keep applying pressure onto Castle Tempelhof until they were able to get inside, and they killed Emmanuel. Actually, you know what? I'm pretty sure that was during Manfred's reign, not Conrad's, because Manfred ended up, as punishment, resurrected for failing. Manfred actually resurrected her as a banshee, because he's a dick, and cursed her to basically guard the ruins of Tempelhof. Apparently it was a pretty unpleasant siege from the dwarf perspective. I mean, they won, but it was not a good time.
My pleasure.
Tremble.
Beastmaster is cheaper. Okay, that would be nice once I get to that. I don't have any of those creatures right now. Oh, this gives me +2 rank though, which is nice. I think I'm gonna invest more into my basic bitch stuff though. So let's get better zombies up and running to make them more reliable in defensive battles. Daddy needs more blood kisses. Scion, still a bit sad you didn't go for the Silent Hill 2 for the Halloween stream, though I understand why. It's something I'm considering playing at some point, but probably not for a while. I don't know, like I don't really play horror games. I've thought about it, but maybe one day. No more non-aggression with Azhag, sad. How are the 5.3 changes so far? Pretty good so far. I got one of the new items. I got Aldred's Casket of Sorcery, which is extremely good in very specific circumstances. Here, you can see it here. So it lowers control of the province it's in, gives the character that has it more experience, makes it where all enemy casters in that province will have a much higher chance of miscasting, but also makes it where wherever this person is at the start of every turn, they nuke from orbit the winds of magic in that province. Like, just obliterate it. So it's a little spooky, admittedly, because especially when you're playing like vampire counts, you want to have lots and lots and lots of winds of magic. You do not want to have no winds of magic. So I put it on a hero and I sent him up here to be annoying. So he's basically draining magic away from enemies. It's very good as long as you use it wisely. If you're not smart about it and just have it like sitting next to your characters, it's going to be a bad time. Though it is also quite good for like dwarfs. Like dwarfs will love that item. You just got the new Doomsinger item. It's a weapon that gives regen, frenzy, and death blow. What the fuck? Well, that sounds really nice. I want that. Let's get a idea on how much Skaven we got up here. David, thank you for the super chat. Attempt the Dracula 3 bride challenge. Make Elspeth, Ulrika, and Katerin Vlad's brides, along with Isabella. Jesus Christ! By Katerina, I assume you mean Katerin, but that is a tall order, I shall say. No promises.
King of Darkness. Very well.
I mean, getting Ulrika is a pain in the ass because I have to figure out who even has her. I still feel like she should be available for Vlad, just like Vlad and Isabella alone, because Ulrika did actually join Vlad's retinue during the end times. Like she joined up with his knights. Oh, Vlad's 52 speed now? Okay. I don't want you on the flying mount, because I want you a little more... I want you to fight next to Vlad easier, but we'll slap you on that horse instead. Here, you can have the Sword of Strife. Keep the rest of that for now. We'll finish off the Zuffbar dwarfs next turn. Ah, yes, Castle Drakenhof coming along nicely. Good, good. Yeah, give me the Forbidden Library. And the Spirit Well. That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Destroy. What?
How dare you fail me?
That will do nicely. Raise it to the ground.
Yes, keep stealing all that good Nurgly goodness. I want to know all of Nurgle's secrets. All of them. Did they change the spell resistance items yet? No, they have not done the item overhaul yet. They were going to do it this patch, but apparently they got some pretty hefty feedback from their community, or the play, whatever their playtester thing is, who were like, hey, no. Like, no. So they decided they wanted to take some more time with it. All right, Zufar is dead. Excellent. That's good. So I've cleared out the nearest mountain problem. Oh yeah, Sterling, I kind of forgot about you. What kind of allied units you got for me? Oh, okay, you got some interesting things. Oh, dude, we could get Hawkland long rifles and Nuln Ironsides in our vampire army. Ooh, that's so deliciously tempting. I'll take the Sternsman.
Champion of the dark.
I think I'll also take
King of darkness.
the Devils of Schwarzhofen. Because I think I'll trade out my Direwolves for Vargulfs. I'd like to get a Terrorgeist as well, but all things a good time.
Lord of the night.
I want to save up for Huckle and long rifles. That's gonna be good shit. Vampires with black powder. Here we go. Lamian arts plus 30 relation with all human factions. Hell yeah. Turns out all of the it turns out all of the human factions are ruled by people that are very into women, so they're all either straight men or lesbians, and we got the big booty. We got the big booty, big boopy vampires to take advantage. When in doubt, send out the curvy vampires. They will solve all of our problems. Sorry, it should be big booty, big titty goth vampires. There we go. If we can promise big titty vampire GFs to everyone in the Empire, we'll be Emperor in no time. We'll grant the request. I don't mind a little chaos corruption for money. I'm very bribable. Okay, so what is our next priority? Maybe Festus, or maybe probably the Changeling, actually.
I know my path.
Yeah, let's go deal with the Changeling.
My will.
Raise it to the ground.
I wish my heroes could stop sucking. That'd be super nice. I'm not gonna lie. I really want that.
I am unstoppable.
Unstoppable, yeah.
Carstein. Then go.
Yeah, I think our next priority, kill the changeling. Then I think we could turn our attention to, what do you want? Trade agreement. Yeah, sure, I'm down. I'll take money from Scrag. When's the Lamian DLC coming? It's gonna come hopefully with the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC, because CA is smart and listens to me when I say smart ideas, which isn't always. But the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC is a really good idea, okay? Ooh, critical success. Good job, Banshee. Look at you doing your job.
I thirst. This will be fun.
Alice White, hi! I was hoping to ask a lore question. I'm wondering how powerful was Nagash exactly? Okay, so... there are a lot of different versions of Nagash. So, like, you know how, like, Frieza in Dragon Ball Z has different forms, right? And each of his forms has, like, a different level of power. And eventually he gets to a point where he's just so powerful that it's kind of stupid and a little funny. There is a very similar situation for
The Von Carstein.
Nagash, where Nagash has gone through a myriad of power levels because certain events have occurred where he has gained power and then lost power. He went through a diverse set of circumstances. Because of that, oh, this will be fun. I love killing the changeling, especially when I have a bunch of humans to do a lot of my dirty fighting for me. Nagash at full power, so like full on Nagash, which the strongest Nagash ever got is either during a certain moment in the end times or debatably when he, actually no, that's prime Nagash was when Nagash wiped out Nehekara and he was unleashing his ritual to resurrect all of the dead of Nehekara on one fell swoop and basically go for world domination. At that moment, Nagash was literally god tier. Like, they're the Warhammer gods, there's Nagash right next to him. Even though he was a material being, which meant that he should not have been capable of that level of power. But such is the power of Nagash, as he's so fond of rambling about. Nagash is very, very scary. And wields some just nightmare level strength when he's at his full gubbins. Now, that being said, throughout the course of the Warhammer world's history, Nagash is rarely that level of power. He was only able to pull that off once. And then he unleashed a ritual that was so big and scary that it kind of tuckered him out. And he went to go take a nap. And when he woke up from his nap, it was because he was being shanked with one of the most deadly weapons that had ever been made. Because the Skaven decided to basically take the equivalent of, like, radioactive material and just make it into a sword. And they stabbed him with it a bunch of times. And he died. That being said, that is not something that he has not really been able to reattain that level of power since.
Excellent.
Yeah, if you know Vecna from D&D, Nagash is very much up. The Fellblade is a green item now. Well, listen, we can't blame the poor little Fellblade for CA not being imaginative. The Fellblade was bonkers in tabletop. It was just like I think it was all hits auto wound and it ignores armor, but it also like has an extremely high chance that it's just gonna like blow up on the person using it, which was always very funny. Enjoy the free storm. Bye. I'm gonna wait for my human servants to come do a lot of the killing for me. Because such is the power of designating tasks to other people.
Still my beating heart.
Yes? It shall be so.
Isabella von Carstein.
Ew, changebringers? I don't think so.
Blood frenzy.
Kill them.
Isabella von Carstein. Swiftly. Quickly.
I would like them to be deceased.
Bring death.
We are the new order.
Like, now.
Die. My
Enjoy shadow magic, nerds.
Vampire. I'm in your thrall. Crush the breather.
They're proving a little more survivable than I would have liked. Crossbows! Ogres, kill the changebringers.
Find me.
Ah!
There.
Fire hurts!
Blood magic. Von Carsteins are the true emperors.
Isabella von Carstein.
Use the one true weakness of demons! Bullets!
What? I drink their blood.
For Sigma, fire!
Yeah, for Sigmar.
Swiftly.
Totally. That's what I was thinking. Alright, once they're all in shooting range, y'all can go nuts.
Death is coming.
Surpass Nagash.
Go deal with those. Blood Knights, y'all are gonna come around the flank. Dire Pack, go with them.
Gush out, boys.
Guts out!
Living will join us. We are immortal. We are the new order.
His lady.
Hey, Furies, catch!
Love eternal.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Vlad, go kill the changeling. Oh, which changeling? That's an excellent question. I don't know.
Agreed. For Vlad.
Hey, you lot, shoot him.
The Von Carstein's march. Vampire.
Get rid of the Furies.
Blood magic.
Ogres are stomping people. Vlad's kicking the shit out of a demon. Archers are shooting the shit out of the changeling.
The Empire ensures.
Alright, Cockatrice next. Oh, that was the real changeling. Ah, nerd.
Noble of the night.
Wipe them out! I shouldn't have done that. I could have just used my chalice.
End them!
Vlad Von Carstein.
Your time has come! Vampire!
Mess them up!
We are immortal!
No one can stop.
And dead cockatrice. Good riddance.
Vampire!
Good work, lads. Ooh, my Karen race took a beating that fight.
Your magic's going on.
Bow before me!
Come here, little ghosties. Let me get you all healed up.
I will!
More spells, more spells. That's as good as it's gonna get. Which is the more feared weapon, the Fell Blade or the Sword of Cain? Sword of Cain, yeah. Sword of Cain was a weapon made by a god for a god. Like, was a weapon made by a god of smithing for a god of war and slaughter. Right? That's like absolute top tiers in it. The Fell Blade is a really deadly sword made purely out of warpstone that the Skaven further inscribed with what's the word I'm looking for? With further symbols of destruction, death, curses, and ruination. So it's neat, but it's not up there with the yeah, it's not in the same ballpark as what you call it. Not even close. No, sir. Alright, the Changeling is defeated for now, though he'll be back, I presume. Let's get... I'd like Fort Oberstyre to be like a fortress, so let's get that nice and upgraded. Let's get my heroes to try and steal some more tech. No. I want you to actually... I want to know what's going on here. Ooh, Festus has the Nemesis crown. That's not great. That is not great at all. I would very much prefer for him not to have the Nemesis crown. You know, yeah, the Fell Blade is supposed to damage the wielder. It's kept in a lead sheath, that way it doesn't hurt you, but the second you draw it, it's literally like holding just like pure radiation poisoning in your hand. So it's gonna kill you really, really fast. So like even when a Skaven is wielding it, Skaven are a bit more resistant to the nasty aspects of the Fell Blade compared to some other groups, like humans. However, even they kind of have to like draw it, wield it, like kill whatever it is that's attacking them as quick as they can and then put it away. And they really don't like drawing it unless they absolutely have to.
Vlad Von Carstein. I agree.
Alright, so I've got enough. Man, what fun Empire unit do we want?
King of Darkness.
See, does he have anything interesting coming up soon? No, not really. He's very slowly building.
Before me.
We could get... I feel like I want something that my own units can't do. So do we want like outriders with grenade launchers, or do we want like Hawkland long rifles? That is the question. Castle Drakenov's coming along nicely.
Von Carstein.
Alexander, thanks so much for the super chat. Hi again, Sotek. Just curious on your opinion on animations. What they did to Archaon was so cool. Do you think we'll see more, maybe like that to maybe Sigvald or Vlad? I think it's certainly possible that they'll slip those in when they can. What's the big hole in my army?
Devourer of light.
Long range shooting, I would say. Give me those Hawkland long rifles.
Your wish, master.
Let's get some more pew pew. Yeah, I think it would be really nice to see more of like a duelist type style of fighter added, like people with more finesse.
Deadly as my blade mock.
Yeah, sure, we can be friends, Toddy. I'm here to protect the Empire after all. That's a lot of nastiness. Elspeth, I'm gonna stab in the back.
The dead are thicker
Because it's gonna be easier to take her over through force, I think. Rather than playing nice. Maybe that's where I should turn my attention next. While everyone else is busy with Festus. Because if I declare war on her, it's gonna drag in Franz. Which is fine.
This action does not have my consent.
Yeah, I think that could work.
All shall know me and tremble.
Sing Wolf 11 cheered. X100. Is this secretly Empire playthrough? Are you going to get elected at some point?
Do I intend to be the Emperor? Yes. Is there going to be a fair and free election? No. Will we pretend that there will be a fair and free election? Yes. But there will not be. I cannot make that more clear. Oh, hey, Changeling. Bye, bitch. See? I turned this place into a fortress for a reason. And Sean DeWolf, thank you very much for the bits. I really appreciate it. Dakala and the Mask win. Hopefully for the next DLC being the Slaanesh one. Oh! That's a good question, guys. Let's have a quick discussion about that. Who do y'all want as the companion races for Slaanesh? You got Slaanesh. You can pick any two other races that are already in the game as the companion factions. Who do you pick? Oh, nice. Slaanesh High Elves Lizardmen. Interesting.
Yes.
so Slayer, what would the theme be for that, in your opinion? Like, how would you spin that? High elves and dark elves? Vampire counts and dark elves? High elves and Bretonia? High elves and Bretonia is an interesting one. I think I'm gonna blitz Nuln.
Sleep is for the living.
Okay, I'm seeing a lot of high elves. It seems a lot of people think high elves should definitely be in. Norska's pretty interesting. Bretonia. I think I'm seeing a lot of Bretonia, I'm seeing a lot of high elves, I'm seeing a lot of dark elves, and I'm seeing a lot of Norska. That's very interesting. Hey, Mercy! Thanks so much for the raid. God, I hate YouTube's stupid damn thing because, like, I want to show you all this. Look how YouTube does this shit. So I have my chat on dark mode because I'm not a psychopath. And look at this. Oh, no, God damn it. It faded away the second I pulled it up. But, like, to show, like, Mercy's raid, it shows it in white text on a white background. So I just can't see it. Like, I can't see it at all. And it's so frustrating. Like, I just recognized it from his profile picture because I can't read the fucking text. Mercy, thank you so much for the YouTube raid. Really appreciate it, my dude. Hope you're doing well. We are achievement hunting for the very hard vampire count campaign. And we have been taking over the Empire. So, like, I've taken over... Stirland is one of my vassals. And I am slowly encroaching on other parts of the Empire. Taking advantage of chaos shenanigans being unleashed by Festus. Though Karl Franz has the Nemesis crown, which is a little spooky. But, yeah, we're enjoying the new patch. Hopefully y'all are doing well. Thank you very much for coming by. Oh, over on Twitch as well. Wow, look at you just spoiling us. I assume y'all were playing the new patch. What were y'all, what campaign were y'all doing? What were y'all up to? Also, happy Halloween to those of you that celebrate it. Hope you're off to a good start celebrating the holiday wherever you may be in the world, and trust you're doing well. But in case you don't know me real quick, just a very brief hi there, hello, I'm Loremaster of Sotek. I'm considered kind of one of the premier authorities on Warhammer Fantasy lore and literature, and I do a lot of stuff revolving around the lore of Warhammer Fantasy, and pretty much anything Warhammer Fantasy related, I am usually up to my elbows in it, helping out if I can, or at the very least, indulging in it. Warhammer Fantasy is my specialty, followed by Age of Sigmar, followed by, 40k. I know bits about 40k, but I don't consider myself particularly proficient in it. Yeah, thank you for coming by, and if you gotta go, or you gotta get food, or gotta go to bed, or any of those things, please feel free. Don't feel bad about if you have to go or whatever, but if you want to hang around with us, we'd be pleased to have you. Okay, so it looks like most of chat thinks the Slash DLC should be High Elves, and then there's a lot of debate. It's interesting. I actually didn't think about doing Bretonia with it. Like, man. I would be down for, like, Bretonia. I would be down for Tomb Kings. I'd be down for so many things. Alright, we're gonna Blitz Nuln! Blitz Nuln! I think, God, it's hard. Like, I think for me, Tomb Kings or Bretonia would be, like, so fun. Did they add the new guard to the garrisons? I don't know. They did add them to Vlad Von Carstein's starting army, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Norska would also be really good. Like, I think for me, it depends on what kind of like the theme is. Like, if it's ocean-based, which I feel like it's kind of gonna be, like fighting across the seas and stuff, like High Elves, Slanesh, God, I don't know. I think Dark Elves and High Elves, I think that's too many elves. I'm gonna be honest. I think that's overdosing on elf.
X100 Slunch versus dwarfs with a dwarf race update.
What?
I'm calling it now.
What? More dwarfs? more dwarf, infinite dwarfs. Are y'all ready for the humans? The humans thinking they're so safe behind their walls, going, there's no way those vampires could get in here. We're so safe up here. Little do they realize, I have living ogres. And the ogres are about to tear those walls down, Mr. Gorbachev. Oh yeah, we got our Hawkland long rifles as well. Tear down the walls! Devils of Swartsoff and Vampire, clear off the walls!
Vlad Von Carstein.
Advance!
Be so.
Crush the breathers! We are immortal!
I just need to keep an eye on the walls to make sure that they're not about to, like, kill my dudes. Good lord, those handgunners got, like, obliterated. Why don't you go find those mortars, which I believe are stealthed. Take the boss with you. Hurry up, ogres! Hurry up!
Vlad Von Carstein.
Go ahead and start generating more winds of magic. Hello? Look at that! They're all nice and bunched up. How generous!
Vlad Von Carstein.
Living will join us!
Rip. Knights of the Black Rose? I do not think so. You stay way the hell over there.
No one can stop me.
Blood frenzy! Vampire! The Von Carstein's march! Countess!
You drink from your chalice, get some healing.
Vampire!
Good work, you lot. No more mortars.
At one!
Oh, these humans are sweating bullets.
Noble of the night!
Let's start taking out more units.
Vampire! Swiftly! Sylvania rules the night!
Gonna slow them down a bit. We're gonna buff our big boys so they have like a billion melee attack. I'm going to lower the melee attack on these nerds. It's almost eating time, lads!
I'm in your thrall!
Let's get a heal on them.
Agreed.
Here it comes! Yeah! It's party time!
Your time has come.
Let's see if we can get the devils out.
Nagash.
Fall back, devils! Fall back!
Blood magic. Sylvania.
Sylvania!
Love eternal.
And these ogres are lagging behind, boy.
Before me, undead knights.
And dire pack, y'all can pull back. Oh, good.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Quickly.
Do a debuff there, do a buff there. Master of Beguilement on those nerds.
I will.
So much death.
Ogres, get organized.
Sigmar calls.
You nerds, let's move up. Move up.
Thundering fall. Written so. Burning
Return fire! Flyers. Let's take out these handgunners.
Lord of the dead.
Let's do more healing on you.
Many years. I will move.
You lot, go this way.
Me. Kneel before your master.
Known is ours! Good. That gives us a nice little rock solid advance point. Given that elves are basically slash sweetmeat, I'd like to see Bretonia and Cathay. Why Cathay? I mean, considering Cathay kind of already got Shadows of Change, do y'all want, like, do y'all really want to, because to me it's kind of like, that kind of feels almost like a repeat. You know what I mean?
All shall know me and tremble.
I want all the defenses. I feel like I should go Aura of Supremacy, but I think I'd rather have magic, to be honest. Even though normally I really like going Red Tree. Alright, that's gonna piss off a lot of enemies, but that's okay. So we're gonna need, next turn we're gonna need to hire a general back at home to oversee matters.
More mausoleums to defile. Yes,
Who's this? Okay. Oh, this is our dude up north. All right, let's go ahead and get the improved research rate from the Necrarchs. Just so we have that bubbling away.
Courtesy is a sure sign of
You want Yin Yin or the Monkey King? I mean, that's fair. I get that. Yeah, sure, Scrag, we can be friends. For now, anyway. Did you see the Lamasu has a silence aura now? Holy shit, it has a silence aura? I saw that it got magic resistance. I didn't see that it silences. Is that all versions? Because that's like, that's fucking intense. Does Slaanesh have a good naval focus? No, not really.
the world will drown in blood.
What are my ambush chances around here? Not good. So I think I'm just gonna hide in my little castle
Darkness.
for the moment.
Praise Sigma.
Alright, Dragonhoff's got a full power garrison now. And why don't at Schwarzhofen we summon a new... It's kind of disappointing that the unique vampires don't have unique traits. I feel like they should have, like,
Peasant!
specialized traits.
Peasant!
The Von Carstein.
I'm tempted to lash out at him
For a fool.
and attack him on my preference. Oh, I have Lightning Strike, actually.
Blood!
Hello. You're not gonna get any friends. It's just you and me, little man. I have Lightning Strike. Lamasu does have silence. Wow, that's fucking amazing. Lamasu sounds pretty damn goated now.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Whenever I see flagellants, I just start having, like, Vietnam flashbacks to when I played against Turin in a head-to-head. And he played Volkmar, he just spammed the fuck out of flagellants. And at that time, the way the game was, like, there was just nothing I could do about it. Like, I couldn't kill them.
Empire.
Like, I even tried building, like, an army specifically to counter them.
Engine.
But I did it wrong, because I was like, oh, if I go heavy on Karen race, I'll have a lot of magic damage, which means that I'll be able to, like, cut through his, I'll be able to cut through his physical resistance. And it didn't occur to me that fucking Volkmar gives all of his guys magic attacks. So they very casually were like, get fucked. Just, like, wrecked me. Oh, it was painful.
We are Sigma's heirs!
It was very painful. Actually, you know what? Let's swap y'all. I want the ogres to shoot the outriders.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Mm.
Yes? Biggest in the Troy.
I hadn't deployed the ogres yet. Ogres. Why don't y'all can just shoot up the center. It's fine. Back up, Vladdy Daddy.
No one can stop me. I will.
Find me if you dare.
For the comet! Ready! Hand gunners!
It shall be so.
Mortis engine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Give us blood. It shall be done. Vlad Von Carstein.
Crush the breathers.
All shall suffer. We thirst for blood.
Isabel. Fire.
More power! More power!
Vlad Von Carstein! By Van Hell! End them!
I would say that's rather definitive. Let's debuff the spearmen so I don't have to deal with that. Shouldn't need double ogres over there. You are going to heal them. Good, good.
Weapons ready! Sigma, guide our fire!
Fucking Grundle's defenders.
Form a ring of steel! Tremble, mortals! I will. Still my beating heart.
I would say this was a pretty one-sided engagement.
Vlad Von Carstein's march! We are the new order!
Okay, units that are badly hurt, let's gather up and get some heals into y'all. We can Blood Knight as well. Everyone else, you know your jobs.
From the feet, the magic comes! You dare?
You dare? Kill as many as you can!
Isabella Von Carstein!
Black Periot.
Yes, good. So be it.
Blood Knights!
Alright, that should get those Blood Knights back to full. Good, 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 good.
Black magic!
Many us!
There's one guy left in that unit. Let him live, let him live. Try not to kill him.
Do we eat? Ogres!
'Cause that lets me get off more heals. No! Hold your fire! No! God damn it. I would have had so much extra time. Idiots.
Blood Knights! With haste!
Oh, I'm out of magic.
Isabella Von Carstein!
All shall perish!
Sorcery!
Something special's happening!
I can only do the base version, I think. I think it's 10 wins for... maybe if I get lucky, I can get like one more point of magic from the Periupt. Yeah. Oh wait, no, is it? There it goes. Okay.
Very well.
Nice. There we go. Yeah, look at all that healing. Look at all that healing. Oh, nice. I can still pop off Van's House for a little bit extra.
Excellent.
Beautiful. You'll love to see it. Just joined. How are you? And how's the new patch? New patch is pretty great. The vampire counts feel. Oops, I accidentally let my doggies die. But the new patch feels pretty fucking good. I really like the new ogre mercenary camps. It's not that great for like the ogres themselves, but it's nice for other factions. As you can see, I have a pretty hefty amount of mercenaries in my army. Also, just a lot of really good changes to units. A lot of units got some pretty nice buffs. The new Graveguard with halberds are excellent. It's only a 2% heal. Oh! If I forsake the crown, I get super healing and money. But if I take the crown, then I'm fucking Vlad. That is gonna hurt my diplomacy, but I don't care. Ha 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 ha! It's mine! Fools!
The world will drown in blood.
I cannot be stopped! Honestly, Vlad Von Carstein getting the Nemesis crown would have been one of the scariest fucking things to ever happen in the lore. Like, holy shit. Vlad getting his hands on that would be... that would be such a nightmare scenario.
I am Vlad.
Now the question is, do I attack the Emperor? Or do I head back to... I think I can take him. Yeah, I think I can take him. Just punch Karl Franz in the throat here. Oh, it's a city. Oh yeah, no, he's in big trouble. This is like one of the best maps for like just punching the AI as hard as you can in the throat. Especially with Vanguard deployment, because I could just deploy a bunch of guys up here in this forest and just swarm in to take the settlement from behind. Would the race Vlad got control of be vampires or humans? Presumably vampires, but there might be some tricky shenanigans that go down. Alright, who can I sneak in from behind reliably? Let's sneak in... maybe the ogre crew? We can send, like, the crossbows with them. Do these guys have stock? No, they have snipe, but not stock. So I can put them in the forest and they can pew 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 to their heart's content. I think the Blood Knight should also go back there. That should give us a pretty nice punch force to take the settlement from behind.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Don't fail me. Ricky Chapman, thank you for the very generous super chat. Thank you so much. Yo, I was just in classic college and had to read out loud an excerpt from a horror book, so we chose Warhammer. We almost went with something from the Vampire Wars, but we ended up doing the making of an arcoflagellant from 40k. How'd that go over? I'm curious.
Lord of the dead, it shall be done. I would have this nuisance.
Fools! Kill them all.
Your desire?
I'll find a place for y'all. Just kind of hang tight for now. The rest of you, advance!
For Isabella!
Yes. I will.
Agreed.
Let me get this stupid thing on my way. Go, go, Nemesis Crown!
Countess. Bring death.
Now,
We are the new order!
Vargals, run, run, flee, flee.
Launch. We obey.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Ow, 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 ow.
Is mine.
Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone.
We are immortal!
Isabella, if we could Darkstorm the Emperor, I'd appreciate it.
For Vlad!
And let's do another Darkstorm.
End them.
Where are you dinguses going?
Vlad Von Carstein.
Oh, bro, you're gonna fight Vlad? Alright.
Isabella.
Sure, bro.
I ascend.
Kill the Emperor. Why are my Varguys like way the fuck over here? Alright, let's see what's going on back here. Okay, let's get a bit organized here, guys.
Heldenhammer. Boss says so. Order of the Blood Dragon.
Kill that wizard.
Man-eaters. Me.
Focus those spearmen. Heal yourself. You know what? Y'all need to skedaddle. You're just too exposed. Now you kind of hurt, Mr. Emperor, sir.
Bring death.
For Sylvania.
I'm in your thrall!
You nerds, leave. Gotta check in over here on things. Alright, good job.
For Sylvania. Swiftly.
Missile infantry. No lingering.
Knights of the Dark.
Good work.
Let's go, boys. Bring them.
You go that way. Man-eaters, you come with us. Ranged units, kill their ranged units. Karl Franz is almost dead.
Vlad Von Carstein. It is done.
Oh, nice. We won here.
Immortal.
Onwards!
Death is coming.
The Emperor is dead!
The living
I want to get my
will
vampire out of
join
there, but
us.
she is not having a... Oh, wait. Haha, I'm so silly. Suck on
We are
these!
the new order!
We will kill them all!
At once! Swiftly!
I'm hoping this will let me sneak out.
We are immortal!
The city is ours! Good. I want everyone that is capable of healing to gather up. Honestly, the ogre and traitor human rearguard did exceptionally well. Papa is very proud.
Isabella Von Carstein.
Very proud.
I am busy.
Vlad managed to 1v... Well, not 1v1, but kill the Emperor. That's what matters. I don't even know where the fuck my Mortis engine ended up. Oh, he's like way over there. I have very little winds of magic, so I'm gonna have to kind of make this count. Okay, so we want to prioritize... I think the Blood Dragon's at 50 is fine. Yeah, U4 will do fine. Get your butt in here and get some heals going. We're going to target this so we don't accidentally hit the Mortis engine. There we go. What is the lore? Cole Patterson, thank you very much for the super chat. What is the lore of Varian the Grim? Varian the Grim. That doesn't ring a bell to me. Let me... While that's going... Oh, okay, yeah, one of the OG Mortarchs. Oh my god, what is this from? Citadel Journal issue 3? Oh my god, that is so old. Holy moly, that is an old book. Lord Varian the Grim, one of the original 9 Dark Lords of Nagash. No one knows much about Lord Varian, but it's whispered that he was originally a priest king of Nehakara that sided with Nagash. And it was ultimately him that created the spells and rituals that Nagash would use to unleash the plagues upon Nehakara that would wipe out the people of that land. Ugh! So he's like a super hardcore plague character, but he's undead. That's really fucking cool. I actually really dig that. And that actually works really well in modern lore, too, because, like, Nagash did use a big, nasty, god-tier plague to wipe out Nehakara when he couldn't conquer it by force. So the fact that one of his OG Mortarchs is, like, a representative of that makes a lot of sense. I actually think that character could still very much be considered modern, which is cool. Castrated, have a good one. Thanks so much for coming by. Are we winning? I'd say we're doing pretty well. Banner Swiftness. I think I will... I think I kind of want to loot and occupy. But there's still so many Empire armies around me. Let's sack and see... Where can I go? Can I make it back to Nuln? Relatively easily? I think so. I could also strike Kemperbad. Because the nice thing about hitting these characters in their cities is that I auto-kill them, which is really nice.
Cower before me.
Decisions. The Curse of Years is actually decent now because it's the silence, which is really nice. Do we strike Kemperbad?
No.
Or do we let him come to me?
I thirst.
I think I should fall back to Nuln. Because there's a chance that something could come up from the south and attack Nuln. In which case, it would be better for me to be home. Yeah. For right now, to fill in another slot, why don't you give me... I don't really see anything I want that badly. Just give me a fell bats. It's fine. My fell bats are rather boof. Did you assassinate that wizard? Hell yeah. Good job, Romhilda. Yeah, Curse of Years does silence now, which is really nice. It actually makes it a really good big AoE spell. Because being able to strip away magic attacks... Or wait, no. Magic attacks is not from silence. That's from disrupt. But still, you get getting the ability to prevent characters from casting spells or using abilities is really, really strong. Alright, we're getting all this shit under control. Your will. Any heroes near you? No, I don't see any. It's unfortunate.
I do not bandy words with the weak. Leave me.
How is the Changeling even still alive? I don't even know where he's hiding. I think he has a cult in Sterling, maybe. Sterling hasn't gotten rid of it. Okay, good. He's focusing on other stuff and not me. I need to start preparing my defenses in the south for the inevitable Elspeth March North shenanigans. Because she is going to definitely be a problem. What would Throg agree to in order to join the Order side in the end times? Honestly, just being given a suitable seat at the table and treated with, like, a genuine measure of respect, which is something that the vast majority of factions would be very much unwilling to do, would go a very, very, very long way with the Troll King, is in regards to earning his, earning enough of his respect to get that, like, conversation up and running. Alright, let's summon a Von Carstein Lord to defend my lands. I think I'm gonna have you, Fritz, focus a fair bit on... on what? I think I'm gonna specialize him into, like, a white-themed army. So we're gonna have, like, Graveguard, White Kings, Black Knights, supported by... like, I think a Mortis Engine and a Black Coach. I think that could be fun.
This better be important.
So let's get a big spooky White King. Ooh, a cutting White King. Yeah, with poison. Hell yeah. Boop, boop, boop. I think a vampire would also be wise. Let's get like a death vampire with Master of the Black Art. Ooh, 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 ooh.
What's yours is power.
Come here, my dear. Let's get you so that you at least have good Spirit Leech. And then I think I'll take a... I think I'll also take a Necromancer. That should give us a pretty well-rounded crew.
Under the grimoires. Agreed.
Ready.
Actually, you know what?
Now,
Why don't you go ahead and pick up the... Oh, I can't afford it. Okay, you can have the Claw of Nagash, though. I'm fine with that. Why don't you grab a black coach while you're waiting? You're not gonna be able to do anything this turn. Could you stop sucking at stealing tech? It would make me so happy if you could just do your damn job! Let's see. You're not gonna have enough money to do anything. Yeah, no. Twas foretold the trailer would release Thursday, the 7th of November. -o. Where are you getting that from? I would love to hear your source, because if that's true, that'd be pretty neat. Yeah, come and get me, bitch. Oh, no, he just went into ambush. Lame. But father, I crave violence. Okay, no one's under threat, so I need to get back there quick. What's the lore of Vargeis? Vargeis are vampires that undergo a very specific form of torture. Basically, what you have to do is you need to take a vampire, seal them inside of a casket, like a coffin, and once they have been sealed inside of that box, you basically drip feed them, like, barely any blood, but some very tainted, like, warpstone goodies. So, like, blood heavily tainted by warpstone. And you don't feed them enough to, like, keep them in good health. You feed them barely anything so that they basically start to go completely fucking insane. And once they go mad, they basically will kind of break down, and fall apart, and be kind of, their more bestial side will take over, and they will transform into those horrific abominations. But they're basically vampires that have just been tortured to the point of utter insanity. Which is fun. You know, as you do. Prepare our defenses.
I will alone.
Oh yeah, I can have Empire guys too. Awesome. Oh, I could get war wagons. I could get a mortar. Mortar could be kind of fun. Give me a war machine. Known Ironsides could be really nice. I will take a Hawkland long rifle. What are you building right now, Sterling? Not a lot. I need to, like, give him more money.
What?
Yeah, sure, let's get some known Ironsides. And then... yeah, I'll take a mortar. I really want a war machine. War machines sound fun.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, exactly. Warpstone to mutate them, starvation to make them good and crazy. Yep. What is tainted? No. The warpstone is what's causing the tainting. The warpstone itself is not tainted. It is what provides the taint. Bro, Empire just fucked up big time. He completely surrounded Nuln with all his armies, which is fine. Attacked me, fine. But then he just waited. Motherfucker, I got level 3 lightning strike. You think you think this is gonna go well for you?
Courtesy is a sure sign of good breeding. Welcome.
What do you want, Teledeclan? No, I'm not joining the Festus War just yet. All things in good time. Oh no, you've trapped me. If only I was an expert level tactician. Oh, you're about to get stomped, son. Do we know who Helmengor's brothers were? No, we don't know their names, if I recall correctly. They're just... his brothers were his literal brothers. He had 4, and they all died to the Plague of Blue Roses, I think it was called. As did his father. Like, his whole family died to it. The, Gorse was the only survivor. I'm gonna murder all of you. Effortlessly. Effortlessly. I love the nightmarish amount of shooting that I have. It's a good feeling. It feels wrong, but, like, in a right way. I'm not gonna involve my Graveguard, because I don't want them to take any damage or casualties. So I'm just gonna let my characters have fun. Hey, y'all see those Reiksguard? Everyone say bye-bye to the Reiksguard. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye to the Reiksguard.
We are the new order.
Oh, God! The undead! Oh, it's beautiful. Just kidding, absolutely Last Samurai.
Master of the Undead. Attack!
Are they gonna make it? Are they gonna make it? Oh my, oh no, oh, they got so close. They got so close. Oh my God, that Arc Lector's just getting deleted.
I am busy.
Oh, that poor man.
Queen of Darkness. Die!
Survivors? I don't think so.
Vampire.
Off you get.
We are immortal.
It shall be done. Hungry for blood.
Vampire.
Kill them all.
We are the new order.
Old.
Magic.
That's what I thought.
Your time has come. End them. Cultus.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Vampire counts aren't supposed to have good ranged armies. This is heresy. No, see, I'm the Emperor. I am the Emperor, so I have the gun lines of the Empire. I have good, loyal soldiers who know how to use their weapons. They're not zombies. See, they're all alive.
Crossbows ready, General! And gunners!
They're all loyal men of the Empire. They just know who their Emperor is. And it's not Karl Franz. Zero losses, 0 remaining. You'll love to see it. Could there be demon princes of order? I mean, theoretically, any god could have something akin to a demon prince. There's a Sigmarian heresy within the Warhammer world that states something along the lines of, there are some that believe that Sigmar is not a god, but that Sigmar is actually, essentially, for all intents and purposes, a demon prince of Ulrich. Now, if you say that in certain company, that's a real good way to get a witch hunter to blow the top of your head off, you know, in record time. But there are some individuals that are courting that as a genuine theory. Now, surely they're saying that because they genuinely believe it and not because they're trying to sow division within the Empire. Of course not. Of course not. You know, they're just asking questions. They're just asking questions. What's wrong with asking questions? I'm about to kill all of these people. This is gonna be not a good time to beat these guys. Heresy! I want like Sterland or Nuln to get like a steam tank so I can have steam tanks in my vampire count armies. Alright. Once again, I think I'm mostly just gonna use my characters and stuff so I minimize casualties. Though, of course, we do have our little ranged... This map is so devastating for this Vanguard Blitz thing. I guess I could use my Blood Knights, because I could always just resurrect them very easily. The rest of y'all stay out of it. Mortis Engine, you may come. Just for the drain effect. Yeah, we can send in the Felbats too, that's fine.
Vlad Von Carstein. I am busy. All shall suffer. For blood. Vlad Von Carstein.
Isabella. Yes, good.
Yes,
Agreed.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Everybody dies.
Bring death.
Die.
Blood dragon.
Kill him.
March!
No survivors, lads. That's the rules.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Sylvania rules the night!
Blood Knights. Vlad Von Carstein.
Well, is that warrior priest gonna get away? That upsets me.
Will join us!
I very much desire for him not to survive.
I will.
Debuff, 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 debuff.
I am immortal.
For blood!
Nice, got her. Who's left? One guy. Oh, wait, hold your fire. God damn it. Oh, that's fine. Hey, Zachariah, how you doing? What achievements, what game? We are hunting the Vampire Count Immortal Empires achievement for winning a very hard campaign. World, if you don't mind me asking, you ever find out what happened to Nathan from Book of Grudges? Nope. Don't know, don't care. Not my problem. Oh, they survived? That's no fun.
The world will drown in blood.
Let's see. Let's get bigger charge bonus on Isabella. You, my dear, let's get better enfeebling foe.
I thirst.
Trickster shard. Okay, we can combine these two. And then we can combine these two. And then I don't need that many forbidden rods, I don't think. So let's combine this one with the trickster shard. Giant blade. Okay, that's cool. When's the next dev talk? I don't know. Probably sometime in November. There's supposed to be one, to my understanding. Okay, let's slap the giant blade on Isabella.
The Von Carstein.
And then I don't think I have any enchanted items. Well, I have the potion of toughness. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, on our new big guy, let's give him the Talisman of Endurance, Forbidden Rod, Helm of Discord. Then we can do Tormentor Sword. And Screaming Banner, Banner of Swiftness, Gravedigger, Mortal Informant. That'll work.
King of Darkness.
Next! Oh yeah, Zechariah, if you're I don't know if you're new to the Total War Warhammer trilogy, but if you have any of the older DLCs or the older games, they work in Total War Warhammer 3. So you can immediately use them to play those factions, which is super fun and great. Highly recommend it if you've not had the pleasure yet. Alright, this one, once again, we're going to want to blitz pretty heavy.
Mortis engine. Crush the breathers.
The breathers. I know she's saying breathers. I know that. But my brain keeps hearing breeders, which is also not technically incorrect, now that I think about it. But it's a weird thing to say. Like, she's not wrong, but it's a weird... It's like a very strange thing to point out about your enemy. Kill the breeders! It's like, whoa. What angle are we taking here?
I am busy.
Do that, and then we got the flying squad. Oh, we can include the mortis engine on that.
Conditions acceptable.
Vlad Von
Get him!
With haste. Ready to fire. Form a ring of steel.
Take out those war machines. Pop the Nemesis crown. Over there, looks good.
Attack! This world is mine.
We can do a big wind of death, right? Like that, and make sure these guys run this direction.
Isabella Von Carstein. Bring death.
Oh, I got interrupted.
End them!
It's not very nice.
Bring death!
You chase him, you go here, you go here. Let's use some of your sorcery to slow down these dudes. Isabella, why don't you give me a big old dance macabre right here? Debuff that dude. Go ahead and make yourself scarier. Fellbats, go after the handgunners. You lot crash down on these nerds. Actually, you keep fighting them, that's fine. Shoot and kill them. Shoot and kill them. Oh, good, that's all of them. Alright, and then let's gather up my most wounded grave guard, which is you four, and bring y'all to a mutual zone here. Move the mortis engine over here. Bring dad and mom over here. Oh, no. Good. Gather up, lads! Gather up!
Vlad Von Carstein.
Just wish I had, like, more than, like, 5 winds of magic, it feels like. Oh, yeah, y'all can go chase them, that's fine. Yeah, go chase and kill people. Make yourselves useful.
Hungry for blood.
I am darkness.
Drop that. Okay. Move y'all on top of each other. Just make sure you're within range. Oh, that's a little too big a radius. Wait for it. And now.
I will.
Fell bats. Why don't y'all go after them? Black Peript.
I ascend.
I hate how fast I'm running out of magic. It is a bummer.
Master of the Undead.
Hop Van Howls.
Darkness reigns.
'Cause that just gives us some easy additional magic. Okay, ogres are doing a good job running people down.
Vlad Von Carstein.
2, 1. Boop.
I will.
Bow before me.
Okay, and then we can overcast this again.
Fine.
Any cool Geheimnisstag secrets you can spell on this day? I don't know about secrets, but there have been some interesting things people have noticed about this patch that I did not notice until someone in chat pointed out. Like things like apparently the Lamian has... The Lamasu now has silencing aura as just a base thing, which is really cool. I actually read on Reddit from one of the CA people that although it didn't get mentioned in the patch notes, apparently the Tomb Scorpion got some pretty cool buffs. I believe the Tomb Scorpion has collision attacks now, is the buff in question. So Tomb Scorpions are going to be significantly better at dealing damage, which is cool. So, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of really, really good things going on for this patch, which is pretty exciting in my opinion.
It is done.
Loremaster of Sotek, keep it spooky themed. What's the spookiest thing you can find in a Fallen Hold? I mean, probably the worst case scenario in a Fallen Hold would be that you delve too deep and you find something. Like something that doesn't have a description. Like an ancient entity that predates Chaos, predates the old ones, and is just a horrifying eldritch nightmare that is incomprehensibly ancient. Because those types of things are down there. Like nightmares that were so scary and so powerful that even literal gods like the old ones were not able to properly like deal with them or wipe them out. I don't think I'm going to keep the crown forever, but I think I'll keep it for one more volley to kind of get me through this layer of fights.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Okay, so I can get Loremaster, which helps with Invocation of Nehek, Wind of Death, and Curse of Years. So I want Invocation of Nehek to be at max, and I also want to put Curse of Years at max, which it already is, and Wind of Death at max, which it already is. Nice. Okay, so we're getting our full usage out of that now.
I am unstoppable.
My dear beloved wife, why don't you get Big Van Hals? And you, my Shadowcaster, why don't you get Max Tier the Withering?
What?
Yeah, but there are things in the deeps if you're not careful. The dwarves know that better than anyone. Let's get Cheap Raised Dead. I'm just gonna keep smashing my way through these nerds.
The Von Carstein. If you think it is
Oh no,
wise,
I didn't. I moved
I shall
too
enslave the
little.
world.
I may lose known. I think I just goofed up there, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. All right. So that was a pretty devastating turn. I don't know how many people I just killed, but it was a lot. See, the Moot is in danger, but that's fine. It's just the nature of the situation. Nice. We're able to max upgrade a lot of our buildings, which is good. I wonder if I could convince the ogres
This conversation only lasts as long as I want
to
it
take the
to.
Griffin Wood. Oh, they'll let me vassalize them? I wonder if... Yeah, that'll work. You belong to me now. And you can have this stupid forest that I don't want.
Who shall we destroy? Raise it to the ground.
Nice.
What?
Cool. I have ogre servants now.
I will not betray you. Raise it to the ground.
I still want them to hand over Krugenheim to me, but, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
This night.
Why don't you go ahead and get some Black Knights.
King of Darkness.
Nice. Good assassinate. Good assassinate. I want max tier. I'm going to save up for max tier Von Carstein, I think. Because I want the Sylvanian handgunners.
It is night.
Your will. Good work. What does this one do? Oh, that's extra Winds of Magic. That would be nice, but I'm already struggling Winds of Magic wise, so I'm not going to worry about it.
This better be important.
What book would I recommend to start off exploring the Warhammer lore? If you don't know anything at all about Warhammer and you're just like, I'm happy to start anywhere, the best place to start is Gotrek and Felix. It's a lot of fun, easy to pick up, easy to read. It also has a really good amount of... you could find it on a lot of like audio book type sites, places, things. Do I care? Not really. That just makes them a bunch of sitting ducks for me. Oh. Elspeth von Draken herself. I'm flattered. What's with Karl Franz's army? Desperation. I think is the honest answer is desperation. Any particular one? So Gotrek and series, Gotrek and Felix is a series. So you start with the first omnibus. Or if you're listening to audio dramas, or audiobooks, it'll have them in the order. So you start, it goes Troll Slayer, Skaven Slayer, Demon Slayer, Dragon Slayer, Beast Slayer. Is that right? I think that's right. Then Vampire Slayer. There's a lot of them. But you should be able to find the order really easily on any of those sites. Okay, so the Empire is coming at me from 2 different directions. But I need to deal with Elspeth's army first and foremost because it's going to be really spooky. So I'm assuming she's going to deploy in the center. But I guess we will see. At what point did the Gotrek and Felix series, does it get depressing? That's an interesting question, actually. I would say it starts to get, like, notably depressing around book... Maybe, like, book 6? Is when, like... The book 10, 11, and 12 are pretty fucking sad. But the last 2 books are heartbreaking. Like in a good way. Like they're well made. They're good reads, but they're fucking sad. They're very, very, very sad.
Vlad Von Carstein. Oh, good.
Still my beating heart.
Bow before me.
The summoning begins.
I'm gonna be really sad if she's not like right in front of me.
Missile troops.
Very well. Vlad Von Carstein.
Shit! Run! 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 Run!
Swiftly. At once.
Crossbowmen. No lingering.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Living will join us. Swiftly.
Take out those war machines! Oh my sweet lord, my poor bats.
Kneel before your master.
I will.
Serve my will.
Give them death. Bring us fate.
What?
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good. Just keep them occupied.
Consider it done.
Nemesis Crown. We can drop that over there.
Attack! Vlad Von Carstein.
Bloodlines. Swiftly for blood king.
This world is mine.
Missiles at the ready.
Vlad Von Carstein. With haste, the world is mine.
Isabella von Carstein.
Make sure they don't come back.
If you dare.
Okay, Vlad is on Elspeth. Let's hit her with the Curse of Years so she can't cast any more spells. Alright, she's about to die, which is great news for us. Ew. Who just cast fire magic at me? Why don't you nerds set up over here? Okay, reform the line! Reform the line!
Yes? It is done!
Fall back! Here, make sure they're able to break away.
We are the new order.
Man-eaters! Find a meal!
Vlad Von Carstein's march.
They'll look mighty bunched up coming up that hill.
We are immortal.
Don't mind if I launch some insanely powerful spells your way, do you? Good lord, she just got so many fucking kills.
Man-eaters! Victory is mine!
Run away, run away, run away.
Swiftly. We are
Kill him.
the new order. We are the new order.
Varguys, take out the archers. Ogres, go eat any archers that escape.
When supper!
Keep it moving, boys. Keep it moving.
At your service!
Vlad, Isabella, go deal with this bullshit.
Yes, awake, minions!
Get it done!
Countess! Wonderful!
Run, run, flee, flee!
Isabella von Carstein!
Isabella, you're up.
I am busy! Bring death!
Oh, there's army losses.
Your time has come! Isabella von Carstein!
Where do y'all think you're going? Where are you going, boys? You don't want to stay for the party? Oh, she's like really far away. That sucks.
Isabella von Carstein!
And I don't have enough magic for a Wind of Death. No.
Excellent!
That's only 10. Come on. Give me a Wind of Death. Give me a Wind of Death. Oh, baby.
Love eternal!
Fun. Always a good time.
No one can stop me!
We surpass Nagash.
Poor bastards chose the wrong path to come up.
Isabella von Carstein!
Just kill as many people as we can.
Behold the sword!
Well, that was a good massacre. Opinions on Elizabeth versus Vampire Coast versus Norse God. That could be fun. I think that could be a good time. You know, one thing I kicked myself for not saying this earlier, but it does definitely seem that the DLCs don't necessarily have themes anymore. I mean, if you look at Shadows of Change and I mean, they kind of have themes, but not really. Like, they don't have narratives. I guess you could argue that they kind of have themes, but it's not quite the same, is it? I don't know. A rose by any other name. Nice. We have explosion missile damage on my vampire character. Oh, Scrag's dead. Interesting.
All shall know me and tremble.
Oh, dearest Karl Franz. You silly, silly man, you. Yeah, let's have Wurtbad get a max tier alliance room.
No mausoleums to defile.
You've got max tech bonus for a couple more turns. You don't. There you go. There you go. Stealing tech again. That's what we like to see. Look at that. We're at 239 research rate. That's great. Oh, I've almost got the final Graveguard tech. Hell yeah, brother. I still got like one more turn before I can recruit all the units I want in this army. That's fine. You know what? Instead of that, give me one of Eric's Reavers.
I am invincible.
Well, Vlad, let's murder everybody, shall we?
Bring that.
I'm very tempted to auto-resolve it, but why bother when Vlad's borderline unstoppable? What happened to being friends with the humans? I'm friends with some of the humans, but Elspeth and Franz I knew were not going to bow down to me. I'm not planning on killing them. I don't plan to kill them. I do plan to repossess those of their assets that I think are better in my hands and vassalizing them with a little percussive diplomacy.
Vlad Von Carstein.
Yeah,
I am immortal.
as you do.
Countess.
What do you want?
Okay, he doesn't have any normal knights, so I don't need to worry about how I distribute my Graveguard. Carl's a victory condition. He has to die. Oh, really? I will double check that just to be sure. But in that case, then Karl Franz shall die.
You dare? Hungry for blood? I will.
Their time has come.
I am busy. Managers, all shall bow before me.
We are ready.
I think my goal with Vlad's army will be to eventually replace all of my
Darkness.
ranged units with black powder.
We are Sigmar's heir.
I think that'll be my kind of like personal goal. So instead of having crossbowmen get to the point where I just have pure black powder, just to feel super extra.
Vlad Von Carstein. This world is mine.
Oh, look at all these flying characters. Would be a shame if I just started summoning storms to just ruin them.
Missiles will fly.
Ow.
Out and fly.
You dare? Attack!
Crush the breathers.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to...
Crossbows ready, General. We are the new order.
For Sylvania!
Empire.
Who else wants some? Where am I? Oh, I left y'all in the back like an idiot.
Lord of the dead. Kill!
Our weapons are yours.
Bow before me.
Hurry up, my sweet bats.
Very well. Isabella von Carstein. I thirst.
It shall be done.
Vampire.
Master of the undead.
Yeah, how about y'all stop shooting? Because it's rude and I don't like it. What's the unit to the right of the crossbowmen? Hawkland long rifles. I got them because I took over Stirland. Stirland is, they belong to me. I am large and in charge. And they'll do well to remember it, god damn it.
Carstein.
No, where are we going? Stop. Vlad's gotten to that scary level of magic power where he can just cast for days. Is that everybody? That's everybody. Only full-blooded Starlanders may join. Yeah, they're basically undead anyway, right? Do you have access to them as part of the game or modded? No, this is base game. No mods. This is purely base game. Did I get your lore fact? Oh, here it is. I'm doing some weird stuff with my Woofer campaign. My group is about to encounter Throg the Troll King. What is something? Yes, yeah, I did talk about this. So the big thing for Throg would be offering him a place in society. Like, as sincerely as that sounds. Like, offering to help him with his endeavor, not casting him out because he's a monstrous troll. Being willing to bargain with him, discuss with him, to try and figure out what he wants, and how to give it to him. As bonkers as that may sound. This is Graveguard, right? Yeah, let's make our Graveguard very scary. Isabella is just about maxed out, almost.
The Von Carstein. Vlad Von Carstein.
Where are you going, Franz? Come back! I don't want to fight that. Bonk. The Nemesis crown is cute, but I don't like the penalties it's going to give me, so I'm going to go ahead and seal the crown.
The world will drown
It got me where I needed to go.
bend to my will in my own time.
Okay, back into the Castle of Nuln.
I am invincible.
I have 47, 48, 49, 50. I have 4 points left. I could max out my combat capabilities. I could max out the Graveguard. I think making Vlad as scary as possible is the way to go. So let's use what's left of our points in Blade Master and Master Strike to make Vlad as scary as possible. Isabella, let's do Grave Ward. Vampire Lady, let's do Mentor to make our other vampires scary.
Unstoppable.
I do have an empty slot. Can't do anything that I want to do with it yet. So we'll just take a unit of Fell Bats, it's fine. That gave us a lot of moolah, which is good.
More sleep shines.
We can upgrade oh, yeah, nice. Upgrade Castle Templehof. Hell yeah. Improve the garrison at Essen. And that'll do us. Considering that we're only at turn 60, I am quite pleased with our progress of how we're doing here. That's fine. We knew this was coming. That's why we're building up that army. Yeah, you better run, bitch. Which order would I rank the Demons of Chaos, Undivided Corn, Zinch / Nurgle, Greathorn, Rat, Kadai / Hashit? What do you mean rank? Like, how would I personally rank them in, like, how strong they are? Are you asking about, like, how much I like them? Like what's the measurement that we're using? Favorite to least favorite. Ooh. My favorite would be Nurgle, Great Horned Rat, Hashit, as far as like the demons go. So my favorite would be Nurgle demons, followed by Great Horned Rat, so Vermin Lords, followed by the Kadai, followed by Khorne, followed by Zinch, followed by Slaanesh. I think that's the order I would end up with. I think we'll sack to just worry about building up income.
This better be important.
Looks pretty good to me. This is gonna be a nasty ass army. We might get some ogre cavalry in there later. Krimlo's demons? No, I don't want to talk about my nightmares. Thank you very much. Nice! Double wound. Hell yeah. Farming those blood kisses, baby!
All shall know me and tremble. What?
How are we doing on items? Okay, yeah, I can do some cycling here. Staff of Damnation's really good. Potion of Farsight. This is one of the new items. This one's actually not bad. It's mostly a range buff. Like, it gives you forest spotting plus 30% range to your shooting attacks, but it does give you armor sundering on all attacks, which is pretty good. Crown of Command still sucks ass. Let's combine that with Potion of Healing, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, Armor of Destiny. Slap that on Vlad. Hell yeah. Yeah, Staff of Damnation is like super good.
The world will drown in blood.
Book of Archon's nice. Staff of Damnation. I think I prefer the Book of Archon on her. I could combine this Obsidian Lodestone with a Talisman of Endurance, but I kind of feel bad getting rid of a Talisman of Endurance. But I don't feel bad getting rid of an Obsidian Lodestone. Oh, Talisman of Preservation, worth!
King of
Worth! Okay, so we can slap this on our new Lord. Let's give him the Staff of Damnation. That's going to be really good for a melee fighter like him. We can also upgrade him to... Why is this that marker? Do I have a green weapon? Ogre Blade. Nice. We'll give him the Ogre Blade. Also the War Banner and Corpse Thief would be good.
What do you want?
Though actually we can put that on you. Gravedigger, Mortal Informer. So that'll clear out more banner slots so we can take Gleaming Pennant. I don't have enchanted items, not really. So let's have our Necromancer take Forbidden Rod, Helm of Discord, Talisman of Endurance. Actually, no, we should probably put that on a melee character. So actually, let's give him the Armor Silvered Steel and make him more survivable. The White King will put in Helm of Discord because he's going to be in the fight. Talisman of Endurance. Potion of Farsight, let's put it on the boss.
What?
And then Tormentor Sword on the White King will be really good. For the Vampire, we'll do Armor of Fortune, Forbidden Rod, and that's pretty much all we can do on her. Cool. That's gonna be a nasty army here in just a moment. Warzag's Murky Mischief. How long did the fall of Carrick 8 Peaks take? Ooh, once the final bad aspects of it, of what was about to happen, really started to build up, I mean, Carrick 8 Peaks survived the vast majority of the Goblin Wars, and it was pretty much under siege the entire time. So it lasted for like a good number of centuries. Un momento here. Let's see. It took... He's gonna try and take Fort Oberstyre? I don't fucking think so. I've got a pretty goated army defending this place. Let's see. It fell near the end. There it is. So Carrick 8 Peaks took about 1,000 years. Yeah, it stood for about 1,000 years before it finally fell. All right, Ludwig von Priesthoff, which is a stupid name for a Arc-Lector, no less, dares come to my fort with his not very good army that mostly is relying on handgunners and pistoliers. I have him outnumbered. The only thing he's got him a little scared of is Theodore Bruckner. And we will determine this battle next time. Thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you had a good time enjoying the stream. But it is 6 o'clock, which means I need to eat dinner. I need to feed Sadie dinner, and I'm celebrating Sadie's birthday tonight, so I've got like a birthday cake and stuff downstairs for her. So I'm really eager to jump on that and have a good time with her. So I'm going to go celebrate my puppy's birthday. But I really appreciate you all taking the time to come and hang out and spend some chill time with me. We'll be continuing this campaign probably tomorrow. But I hope you had fun. And once again, I cannot thank y'all enough, truly, deeply, emphatically, from the bottom of my heart, for taking the time to out of your day to come and hang out with me. I really, really, really appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and find places for us to raid on YouTube and Twitch. let's redirect to... Oh my god, does he have it turned off? I bet he does. Yep, Turin does not have it turned on. Alright, fine. I'll just link it manually like a fucking nerd. But Turin is streaming a tournament right now for the new patch. So I would recommend maybe checking that out. I'll go ahead and post that in the YouTube chat. If you're looking for some more Total War action, feel free to go visit Turin and tell him I sent you. Tell him I said hello. And for my Twitch buddies, where am I going to send you nerds? Let's send y'all to... Tricky. Where do I send y'all? We'll go say hi to Sigrid and Bird. We haven't raided them in a hot minute. Thanks for watching, my dudes. Catch you next time. Stay safe out there, and happy Halloween. Good night.